I will call this meeting to order. Thank you all so much for joining us this evening for our Truckee Town Council meeting. And we will do roll call, please.
Councilmember Klostad.
Here.
Vice Mayor Pallaby.
Here.
Mayor Romack.
Here.
Councilmember Zabriskie.
Here.
And Councilmember Henderson.
Here. Thank you. And next, we will move to our Pledge of Allegiance this evening, and we're very excited that we have Mike Ryan and Troop 267 of the Boy Scouts. And so we would welcome you all up if you want to gather around the podium and invite you to lead us all in the Pledge of Allegiance. So if everyone can stand.
Can everyone please stand up, put their right hand over their heart? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
And thank you to Troop 267 for being here this evening. I understand this is an opportunity for you to learn about community service and local government. So really appreciate you taking the time to come and listen to us and participate in the meeting. And you are welcome anytime to participate as well. So we hope to see you all again. All right, with that, we will move to public comment. This is an opportunity for members of the public to address us on any item that is not on the agenda this evening. Each person will be limited to 3 minutes. And if anyone would like to make a public comment on an item not on the agenda, you are welcome to come up to the podium where you just saw Troop 267 speak. And please state your name. And also, there's a timer to my left, your right with 3 minutes, so you can watch that count down to ensure you're being efficient with your time. With that, Steve, take it away.
Good evening, Mayor Romack, members of the Town Council and town staff. My name is Steve Frisch. I'm a resident of Truckee and the president of Sierra Business Council, and I came for one purpose tonight. Imagine my pleasure this morning reading that the town of Truckee was awarded a $4.37 million grant for electrifying the Truckee Connect microtransit program. I am a regular user of the microtransit program, but I love it because it opens up transit to a whole group of people who need it to get to and from work. It runs at better hours. It's more efficient. It's just a great program. And to see that you guys were successful in that grant application, I'm not sure who on the staff worked on it. I think it might have been Alfred and Danielle and some others. But what a great program and what a tremendous accomplishment for our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Steve. And we were all very excited as well. Congrats to Alfred and Danielle for all their hard work. Is there any other public comment this evening? Seeing none, we will close public comment. And with that, we will move on to our presentation this evening. Item 5.1 to kick things off, our Employee Incentive Awards.
Thank you, and good evening, everybody. It's nice to see another large group here tonight. This is going to be a super fun one because I have some really interesting facts that I think you'll all enjoy. We did our all-employee meeting a couple weeks ago and issued our incentive awards. And our first award and group that was nominated was our Public Works Division, so our streets crews, our facilities crew, and our fleet crew. And that was for all the work that they did this winter in the snowplow removal efforts. So here's some interesting facts. The Public Works staff worked more than 9,000 hours of overtime between Thanksgiving and Easter. It's 9,000 hours of overtime. They moved 7 billion pounds of snow to our roadway shoulders using plows, and then moved that snow a second time to the roadsides using snow blowers. An additional 500 million pounds of snow was removed from our trails and sidewalks, and over 5,000 truckloads of snow was hauled out of our commercial areas. Most of the staff worked Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year's, Martin Luther King, and President's Day holidays, as well as 75% of the weekends during the last 4 months. People routinely took up residence in our dorms. So those of you that don't know, we have dorms above the Public Works courtyard just for this type of situation where people can't necessarily get home and need to make sure they can get back to work, so that they were able to ensure they could work during the next storm cycles and the next days to keep the roads cleared. Everyone was 100% committed to providing excellent service and worked as a team to make that happen during the winter. And so we wanted to recognize them and thank them for all of the hard work this winter and their commitment to keeping our streets clear and everybody mobile and safe. So that was our first recipient. And then we also recognized Chris Hardy. Chris is our IT Cisco, I think is the right acronym. And Chris, I think, is here, or he was. Oh, there he is, back there. And Chris has completed his master's degree in cybersecurity with a 4.0 GPA. So that gives us a lot of comfort that we have him in his role and keeping us cyber safe. So he was acknowledged for his commitment and commitment to excellence in advancing his education. So congratulations, Chris.
Thank you very much. And round of applause for our Public Works crew, too. That was some incredible stats, and we're very appreciative of all of their efforts. All right, with that, we will move to item 5.2, introduction of new staff. And we'll start with Jack Weir, our senior facilities maintenance worker, who's going to introduce a few of our new staff members.
All right, thank you. Yeah, we have 3 new members that we're really excited about. Abel, stand up. So Abel came to us probably about last year. He actually did, he was the on-call snow removal and then moved right in when a spot opened up to be full-time facilities worker. And Abel has a wife and 3 kids, and his wife is actually going to school right now to get her nursing degree. So, and he's got little ones, so they're pretty busy. Abel loves to play soccer, and he's really good. And if you want to recruit him, talk to him afterwards. Yeah, so we're super excited to have him. He's a self-starter. He's super respectful. The first week, he would call me sir. And unfortunately, that didn't rub off on anyone else. But, and he's just got a good attitude, and we're really happy to have him a part of our team. The next person, thanks, buddy, is Christian. And so this year we took over the cleaning of Town Hall and then our building over at Stevens Lane, which was something we were wanting to do for a long time. So it's been really good. I think it's nice to have hands-on that, and if there's an issue that pops up, they're here and we can get on it right away. So Christian is a custodian for here, and because we didn't keep him busy enough, he decided to get a job driving bus for the school district at the same time. So we made his schedule flexible because he was cleaning, so he would come in early in the morning, go drive bus, come in in the middle of the day when the buses weren't driving, then go drive bus, and then come here at night. So he's kind of a hard worker. Yeah, so he's super honest. There's been times where he's like, Jack, I missed an hour of work. Is it okay if I come in on Saturday and make it up? I'm like, yes, of course. Thanks, buddy. So, but we're just super happy to have him here, too. Thanks. And the third one, yay, is Gina. Why don't we hold your applause to the end? So Gina has a cute little kitten and her daughter. And Gina's been living here in Truckee for like 25 years. And if she looks familiar, she was at Safeway for a long time. And a lot of us who've been here for a while know Gina from there. Gina has a lot of energy, which is awesome. Her mind is always going, and she always has great ideas for me on how to improve things and how to be more efficient. So I appreciate that too. And Gina is cleaning over at our yard at Stevens Lane. So we're super excited to have her as well. Yeah, so thank you.
Thank you to the 3 of you, and welcome aboard. We really appreciate what you're doing. And then I believe we have a few more staff members, Nikki, for you to introduce.
Yes. I'm very excited to announce 2 new staff members. I'm going to start first with Jenny, who's over here on the opposite side of the council chambers. Jenny is joining the administrative services department as our accounting tech, overseeing our accounts payable and purchasing. Jenny comes to us. She's been working over at the state parks at Donner Lake, and she is joined in Truckee with her husband and their very cute pup that we got to meet today. We were very excited about that. And they also own a plot of land in town and are hoping to build their dream home soon. They are avid outdoors people and enjoy all the wonderful activities that Truckee has to offer. We feel very lucky that we are able to entice her over to the local government realm. Thanks, Jenny. And then we are also very excited to announce Cindy. Cindy is joining the admin services team in a very critical role, the finance manager position. And she's getting up to speed very quickly and has been working on hammering out all the details in our CIP budget, which we're going over later. So thank you for that. Cindy comes to us from the Contra Costa County Board of Education office, where she's been working in education administration for over a decade. And she has an amazing amount of experience that we're very lucky to be able to tap into. She's already been offering her insight into our HR and payroll, and as well as finance. And we're really excited that we can entice her to the wider world of government. So and Cindy is really excited to join the Truckee Tahoe area for our really great climate and the Truckee culture. So we're very excited to have her.
I have the pleasure of introducing Aldana Fernandez. She came to the clerk's office temporarily, so we got to know her a little bit then, and she really liked it, wanted to make the move permanently. She's coming to us from Animal Services, and when we had a spot open up, we recruited her somewhat, and she's made a great fit. She's learning very quickly. She has a great attention to detail. She's picking things up really fast. She's also the leader of our softball team and is undertaken all the efforts in coordinating the practices and the uniforms and just being a great coach as well. So we're very welcoming to her on our staff. Thank you.
Well, thank you all for joining the Truckee team, and we look forward to getting to know all of you better. All right, with that, we will move to item 5.3, which is announcing the planning commissioner appointments. And I guess I will throw it. Is there any staff that was going to provide any insight, or is this just to my fellow council members? Okay. So I will throw it this way. Councilmember Zabriskie, I will look to you first.
Well, I'm hoping to introduce her in person at possibly the next meeting, but just to briefly describe Coral Kavanaugh, I met her working on the GPAC committee. She and Sharon Freeman came on board at that time, and I got to know her in that capacity, so that dovetails very nicely with becoming a planning commissioner. Her professional background is in consulting government agencies, primarily large water agencies throughout the state, both on analyzing environmental effects of everything having to do with surface and groundwaters. Before that, she had mediation experience, and she took her undergraduate degree at Stanford and her graduate degree at MIT on, and I can't remember if it was land use planning or public affairs, something along those lines. Anyway, I hope I can entice her to come to the next council meeting and introduce her in person.
Thank you so much. And we'll look, Council Member Klofstad.
Same here. Sammy was not able to be here tonight, but my new planning commissioner is Sammy Taylor. She has an extensive background in sustainable policy and planning and brings with her nearly 10 years of experience in a variety of sectors, including local government and private institutions. And she really has the background spanning all sorts of sustainability initiatives. She's coordinated the implementation of various sustainability programs and community engagement efforts, which I think our community will really appreciate. And that's at the local, county, and state level. And she really enjoys sharing her knowledge and empowering others to make changes in their lives. I think she also has been a frequent visitor to Truckee for over 30 years, and in the last couple of years was able to relocate here permanently. Of course, she loves skiing in the winter and climbing in the summer, and as well as enjoying Donner Lake with her friends and her dogs. So she's our new planning commissioner.
Thank you very much. Vice Mayor Pallavi.
I don't have a bio to read because I didn't realize we were doing this, but I appointed Mitch Claren back in December. So he's been sitting in on a few meetings already. Mitch is a local realtor, broker, builder, and he's been sitting on the design review committee up at Tahoe Donner for, I think he told me 17 years or 12. It's quite a long time. So a lot of experience dealing with some of these individual projects and some of the details that the Planning Commission is constantly being tasked with. Mitch has already been seated. He's been at 4 meetings, and and that's it. That was my appointment this time around. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
And Councilmember Henderson, I believe you're continuing on with your current appointee, just so everybody is clear. Yeah.
That is correct. Thank you for clarifying. I reappointed Dan Freeman when my term began in 2020, and he's continuing on. So thank you for that.
Thank you. And I will just say Dave Gove continues to be my planning commissioner as well. Similar to Councilmember Henderson, I reappointed at the beginning of my term. All right. With that, we will move to the town manager report and throw it over to Jen.
Great, thank you. A couple things tonight. Steve kind of mentioned it already, but did want to announce that we heard just yesterday about the receipt of the $4.37 million. It's from the Transit and Intercity Rail Capital Program, and that will fund part of the construction down at the new mobility hub by the rail yard, EV infrastructure installation, a app so we can do the microtransit, on our own with that app, as well as EV microtransit vans. So that was exciting news to hear, and we'll be getting that out a little bit more in the next coming days. Also, for anybody that's watching or here in the room, please let people know the West River Street Streetscape project starts construction next week. So that is moving forward very quickly with lots of moving parts that the staff is coordinating really well. And then there's a couple opportunities coming up for some coffee talks and engagement with our elected officials. Saturday at the Lift at 9 a.m., council members Klostad and Zabriskie will be available for general discussion. It's not a focus on the general plan necessarily, just general discussion. Mayor Romack will be at Wild Cherries on May 1st, and then Mayor Romack and Councilmember Henderson will be at the Wagon Train on May 8th at 8:30, and that's the first coffee chat at the Wagon Train, I believe. So come out and support them. And the May 8th conversation is specific to the proposed 2040 general plan. So just wanted to make those announcements for the community and anybody that's interested in coming out and engaging. That's all I have.
Thank you very much, Jen. With that, I will look to my council members. Are there any questions or comments? Nope. On this side?
I just had a quick one, but I couldn't email to you. Does that transit grant, can that be used towards operations, or is that specifically for capital outlay?
It's capital.
Capital. Great. Thank you. Congratulations.
All right, thank you. With that, we'll open up public comment on our presentation. So if any member of the public has a comment on any of the presentations you just heard or a question, you are welcome to come to the podium, and you have 3 minutes. Anyone? All right. come on up. You can come on up to the podium, please. Yep, we just need you to talk into the microphone so we have your name for the record and all the folks at home who are watching can hear you as well.
Is street skate like skateboarding?
This West River Streetscape project is a project that we're working on that's related to adding sidewalks, undergrounding some utilities, enhancing parking. Is there anything that I'm missing there, Jen?
No, I think you covered it well. It's some beautification and pedestrian improvement, access as well as parking.
Okay.
But great question. And I like that you're not afraid to stand up and ask. That's important too. Any other public comment on our presentations this evening? Seeing none, we will close public comment. So with that, we will move to our consent calendar. And we have a few items on our consent calendar this evening, so I will go through them all. Item 6.1, the minutes from the March 28th, 2023 meeting and the general plan workshop on April 11th, the closed session and regular minutes, as well as the April 13th, 2023 continued meeting. Item 6.2 is the approval of a contract with Civic Well for Civic Spark Fellows for the 23-24 service year. Item 6.3 is California local elected official sign-on letter to the Bureau of Land Management. Item 6.4 is purchasing authorization for legal services. Item 6.5 is recommendation for Councilmember Zabriskie to serve on the Truckee Tahoe Airport Land Use Commission. And item 6.6 is a 2023 paving and drainage project, C2302, and 2023 trail pavement maintenance project, C23XX, contract award. Do I have any council members that would like to pull any item from consent? Seeing none, I will ask staff, are there any staff members who would like to pull an item from consent? With that, I will open it up to the public. Are there any members of the public who'd like to pull an item from consent? Seeing none, we will bring it back to council. Is there a motion to approve?
I'll move that we approve the consent calendar.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you very much. All right, with that, we will move to our first discussion item of this evening, and this is Gray's Crossing PJ's Events 2023 Temporary Use Permit Appeal, planning application 2023- a lot of numbers that I'm sure Yumi will go over with us. And just so everybody's clear, staff will be doing a presentation first. We will then go to the appellant. They will have an opportunity of 15 minutes to speak. Then we will go to council member questions. Then we will open it up for public comment. At the end of public comment, the appellant will have an opportunity for a 5-minute rebuttal. And then we will bring it back to council members for deliberation. And with that, I will pass it over to Yumi.
Good evening, council members. Mayor Romack already went through this slide for me, so I appreciate that. The staff presentation will include a few items. It'll include an overview of the appeal process. It'll include a presentation of the actual application of the temporary use permit, and then it'll include some responses to the appellant's application in their appeal. So just to give you a brief overview of what the appeal process will look like, your review is what's called a de novo review, which means that you'll be reviewing this as if you're seeing this for the first time, and there will be no consideration for what Planning Commission previously approved or not and did not approve. The council, as part of this review, may affirm or infirm in part the decision of Planning Commission, reverse the action of the Planning Commission, deny the permit or entitlement even though the appeal is focused on conditions, and impose additional conditions. So the whole permit is kind of up for your review. So as part of the appeal process, the appellant may not present new evidence or testimony at this hearing unless the appellant can demonstrate that new information was not previously available to the party, or the party could not have participated in the review process because they could not have known about the process. So we'll just dive right into the actual permit itself. So the project is located at what's more commonly known as the PJ's restaurant site. It's located east of 89 North in the Gray's Crossing subdivision at the intersection of Prosser Dam Road and Hennis Road. It's located within the general plan designation of the Grays Crossing Specific Plan area, which is designated within that plan as recreation district with the zoning of recreation. Just to give you a background on the history of the project, in 2006, the Planning Commission approved the PJ's restaurant, which included 3,000 square foot dining building. There was also an 8,000 square foot locker room and fitness center, a 1,200 square foot golf shop at the site. So those are the improvements that are out there currently. In 2019, the Planning Commission approved a 2-year temporary use permit for 2019 and 2020, which spanned from May to October. This included 12 concerts from June to September with performances with amplified music up to 8 p.m. And 20 weddings, private events with amplified music up to 10 p.m. The Planning Commission reviewed this temporary use permit in 2019 rather than reviewing it at the director level because of the broad amount of community interest. They also required review of the temporary use permit if the applicants that submitted another application in 2021. As part of that 2019 approval, there were a number of conditions that Planning Commission included. The Planning Commission required that anything in 2021 would be reviewed by the Planning Commission. They required a 200 guest maximum for weddings with no maximum for the community concerts. They required a manager to monitor all events. The applicants were required to maintain a complaint log on site. The information sheets were required to be compiled, created, and distributed to event planners to identify exactly where the speakers can be located, maximum volumes, et cetera. The informal parking above the third tier of the existing third tier of parking and Prosser Dam Road between the third tier of parking area and Prosser Dam Road was required to be improved with paving to meet our requirements for stormwater management, which has not occurred since 2019. And then parking was allowed to occur on the right-of-way for these private events and community events, but access for vehicles and emergency vehicles was required to be maintained on Hennis Road and Prosser Dam Road. As part of that 2019 temporary use permit approval, the Planning Commission required a noise analysis, and as part of that noise analysis, some recommendations came out of that were applied to the project, which included that locations of and orientation of speakers, the requirement for only one subwoofer, requirements for maximum decibel levels, and then when the sound should actually be monitored. And this is an example of the information sheets that the applicants put together to distribute to their clients. Since 2019, in 2020, the staff, based off of Planning Commission's direction, reviewed the temporary use permit and approved what was very similar to what was approved by the Planning Commission in 2019, which was 12 concerts and 20 events. However, the events never occurred, to our knowledge, due to COVID requirements. In 2021, the Planning Commission reviewed it again per their requirements in the 2019 approval. And again, it was very similar, 13 concerts and 20 weddings with the same requirements and operational hours. And at that meeting, the Planning Commission also allowed for staff review for the 2022 year. The applicants at that time had intended to move events to Old Greenwood once work was completed in 2021. However, Planning Commission extended it and allowed for the 2022 season, knowing that there's potential buffer needs with construction timelines often being extended. In 2022, there was another staff level review based off the Planning Commission's direction in 2021, and the events were very similar to what was previously approved. And just to give you a quick background on the Old Greenwood House update, the applicants did submit for land use approval for the OG house to turn that into an event facility. That was approved in September 2021. The applicants did submit a building permit in February 2022, which was issued in September 2022. And based off of that timeline, the appellants are anticipating opening in October 2023, which will make them ready for the 2024 wedding season. So today, this is the proposed project description that the Planning Commission previously reviewed and is before you today. The applicants the appellants are proposing events very similar to what they've requested for in requested in the past. The only change really is that the concerts were reduced to only 4 community concerts from June to September, and with amplified music ending at 8 p.m., similar to previous temporary use permits. And then the appellants also proposed 20 private events with amplified music up to 10 p.m., which is the same as previous permits. As part of the temporary use permit process, the review authority may identify temporary uses that are compatible with the subject land use and surrounding land uses, and that can be conditioned sufficiently to ensure their temporary nature and term. The review authority may impose conditions deemed reasonable and necessary to ensure that the approval is consistent with our regulatory documents. So staff has identified just 2 main topics that are of the most concern for this type of permit, and that's noise and time limits. So noise has consistently been identified as the main concern by the neighbors over the history of the temporary use permits, even with the conditions of approval imposed in the past, including decibel levels, orientation of speakers, et cetera. We've received a number of comments on this issue, both in the past and in the current application. The noise study that was previously conducted in 2019 noted that even with compliance of the noise ordinance, sound still was present at the residential uses in Gray's Crossing. Due to the existing conditions, staff thinks that the building size and lack of barriers and the inability to avoid impacts to the neighbors, which is based off of public comment, staff does not believe that a temporary use permit that generates noise beyond the underlying approved land use permit is appropriate year after year. Staff does not believe that the conditions that were previously imposed are adequately reducing the impacts of the nuisance. The neighbors have identified that the private events, rather than the community events, are of the most concern since they go later in the evening and are not open to the neighborhood and the wider community in general. So staff is recommending condition of approval number 6, which was previously condition 7 in the Planning Commission approval, which prohibited amplified music or sound for private events specifically, allowing community events to have amplified music until 8 p.m. Other conditions that are related to noise, which you'll note that the condition numbers have been updated in your resolution. There are requirements for an on-site manager to monitor events and maintenance of a compliance log, similar to previous years, compliance with the noise ordinance, and then application of the the noise studies recommendations to the community events, since those are the events that staff is recommending allow for amplified music. And then a condition to distribute that information sheet to musicians and event coordinators. So these are all conditions that have been previously applied, but number 10 is applied specifically to community events, since staff is recommending that the private events not be allowed to have amplified music. The second main topic that is the focus of this permit is time limits. As part of the review of the project, we asked ourselves, is an ongoing temporary use permit that impacts the neighborhood appropriate? And should an annual 24-plus event series be considered a permanent use, or is the temporary use permit process appropriate for this project? This is the 5th annual request for a temporary use permit of this scope at this site. Staff notes that temporary use permits that are renewed annually are typically for one-time events, outdoor sales of retail business, and Christmas tree lots that are typically seen throughout town. These renewals are minimal and accessory to the main use and does not create consistent negative impacts to the neighbors. Usually, uses where there is a series of events annually are considered a permanent land use. We have examples in Taladana, the Taladana Lodge, the Taladana Adventure Center, and the Soul House, which have all been approved as event facilities through a permanent land use approval, a use permit. And there were also multiple public comments opposing the annual events, and staff notes the 2021 season was intended to be the appellant's last year of the temporary use permit at this location. So due to the ongoing nature and impact of these events, staff is recommending condition number 7, previously condition 8 in the Planning Commission approval, prohibiting future temporary use permits for private events at this location. Golf course events and regular restaurant bookings do not fall under this prohibition, and it gives the intent of this condition is to give clarity to the appellants and the community about what the next process should be. If the appellants choose to move forward with an application for an event facility in the future, there is still the option of going through a permanent land use permit process. So there is a pathway for approval or review by the town. Other conditions that were applied to the project or that are being recommended to be applied to the project include a condition to require boulder barriers and revegetation back to the natural state for the informal parking area, a shuttle service requirement for weddings with more than 175 guests to minimize the parking impacts and traffic impacts to the neighborhood, and conditions 19 and 20 are related to on-street parking limitations and traffic management. When Planning Commission reviewed this temporary use permit in February, they approved the temporary use permit with the following modifications. They applied all of the conditions of approval that were recommended by staff, and then they also modified condition number 1, I believe, to reduce the number of private events from 20 to 14, but allowed for the community events to be increased to 10, which maintained the overall requested 24 events for the site. And then they changed the threshold to require shuttle service from 175 guests to 100 guests. As noted, the prohibitions on amplified noise and future similar temporary use permits were approved as recommended by staff. The Planning Commission relied on two of the key findings within the temporary use permit process, which is to look at whether or not the operation of the use would result in a detrimental impact upon the neighborhood. Additionally, they looked at whether or not the establishment, maintenance, or operation of the temporary use permit would be detrimental or not to the public health, safety, or welfare of the people residing or working in the neighborhood. Since the Planning Commission took action, the appellants submitted an appeal request, and they are appealing specifically 2 conditions in the Planning Commission resolution. Condition of approval 7 in the Planning Commission resolution was to prohibit amplified sound or music for private events, allowing for community concerts to have amplified music up to 8 p.m. Condition number 8, the appellants are also proposing that condition number 8, which was to require no future temporary use permits at this location in the future. They provided some amended language. I won't go into this detail at the moment. They are proposing to allow for amplified music for private events and community events, but private events up to 10 p.m., similar to what was previously approved in prior temporary use permits. And then they are asking for condition number 8 to be removed, which was the prohibition against future temporary use permits. There were a number of items within their appeal application, a number of arguments. I've kind of distilled them into 4 topics. The first one being their interpretation of the town code, the legal requirements that the town is required to abide by, timing of the temporary use permit, and then the process. So those are the 4 areas that I've kind of distilled their arguments down to. So I'll go through each of those. There's a lot in the information in your staff report. I'll try to keep it as brief as possible, but just for the sake of the public, I'll try to get through it. So the first one, the appellants stated that they believe that they have complied with the objective standards of the noise ordinance over the last 3 years and 50+ events, and a restaurant can play amplified music daily until 10 p.m. They also identified that only 1 complaint has been received in 3 years, and the proposed use is less than the 90 days outlined in the development code. Staff acknowledges that the appellants have been submitting monitoring reports for each of their events, but staff does not have the ability to confirm any of the information or have the ability to collect any fees to review the monitoring in more detail. The noise ordinance also focuses on permanent solutions rather than relying on imprecise monitoring. Monitoring is not one of the mitigation measures within the noise ordinance. Mostly the noise ordinance focuses on creating permanent solutions like building design, changing building setbacks, site design, et cetera, so that monitoring is not the only requirement for mitigation for noise impacts. Both the noise ordinance and the municipal code general noise regulations apply. So there's 2. Noise ordinance has specific decibel requirements and those mitigation measures that they'd like to see. The municipal code looks at it a little more broadly, looks at how, provides some discretion to the review authority to determine what's an ongoing and unreasonable amount of sound that's occurring based off of a use and whether or not that is considered a nuisance or not. There are 11 criteria that is identified in the municipal code, which I'll show you on the next page. While there is amplified music that is allowed likely at a restaurant, even loud amplified music at a restaurant on an ongoing basis that generates consistent complaints from neighbors can rise to that level of nuisance in our municipal code. The complaints have been received consistently from the neighbors where there is a public hearing process, so maybe the neighbors have not called in for the complaint log, but they have come in to every Planning Commission meeting to provide public comment on any item, on this item. And the staff notes that the 90 days in the development code is the maximum. Time limits are at the discretion of the review authority. This is a use permit. It's a discretionary review, and it's whether or not the review authority thinks that there is a specific limit that needs to be applied to make this compatible with the neighborhood. So here are the two code sections kind of summarized here. As you can see on the development code side, this is where it has the objective standards regarding decibel level and mitigation. In the municipal code, the 11 criteria that we've identified that the review authority can consider include whether or not a noise is produced by a commercial and non-commercial activity, whether the noise is usual or unusual, whether it's natural or unnatural, whether or not what the zoning is of the area. So there's a broad amount of criteria that the review authority can consider when deciding whether or not the noise is loud and unreasonable. The appellants have also believe that the conditions 7 and 8 are arbitrary and capricious and lacking in nexus. They believe that the use has been arbitrarily singled out based on community preference. Different standards are applied to they believe that different standards are applied to the community events over the private events, and they believe condition number 8 deprives them of due process of law and is considered a taking. These are all legal terms, the arbitrary and capricious, nexus, and taking, and due process of law. Condition 7 relates directly to reducing the detrimental impacts of noise to neighbors and is allowed under the framework of the municipal code and is a specific finding of the temporary use permit. So it's definitely, the Planning Commission's direction for condition 7 was not arbitrary and capricious. It was very directed towards that specific finding. The municipal code allows for consideration of the differences between commercial and non-commercial events. So whether or not it's a community event or a private event, there is some distinction between that and what the review authority can consider. And condition number 8, which has a prohibition on future temporary use permits, is non-binding. This is a temporary use permit. It only lasts for the year that it's in effect. The intent of that condition was to provide direction to the appellant on how to proceed with future events, requests for events at the town, to ensure that it's the most efficient process possible for all involved. The appellant could come in and ask for a temporary use permit of the same nature again next year. It is likely that staff, based off of Planning Commission's direction at this time, would say that this is not a temporary use permit, and then the appellant could appeal that decision to the Planning Commission and go that route, or they can just submit for a permanent land use permit application and go the route that other projects have gone in the past. Finally, it is not a taking. There is substantial use of the property. It's currently being used as a golf course clubhouse. It's being used for a restaurant. It has a fitness and facility center. So there's quite a bit of use of the property already. The appellants have also stated that the staff's assertion that the temporary use permit will be continued every year is inaccurate, and that the appellant did not intend on holding wedding receptions at this location, but unforeseen circumstances with construction has made it necessary, and the nature of booking in advance required them to book the old Greenwood house ahead of time. 4 events were identified in the application for the Grays Crossing site. So even in their initial application, they had a number of events that showed Old Greenwood as the intended site with the PJs as the backup site, but there were 4 events that were identified for the Grays Crossing site specifically and not the Old Greenwood house. The appellants previously acknowledged in an email that future temporary use permits of some scope might be considered at Grays Crossing, so there is some knowledge that some events could happen or could be applied for in the future. The appellants knew in September that they would not meet their deadlines based off of the Old Greenwood House building permit process. At the least, the application could have been submitted at that point. And staff also notes that we checked in June of last year to make sure no events were being booked for the Grace Crossing without permits. Finally, this was about timing, not development code. The appellants claim that they did not receive notice of Condition 7 prohibiting amplified noise until the staff report was issued, and the primary applicant was unable to attend and present their proposal due to a family emergency. Staff tried to provide communication to the appellant regarding Condition number 7 when this condition was being developed, maybe a couple weeks before the staff report was released. Unfortunately, it was over phone, and perhaps there appears there was a misunderstanding with the appellant about what that condition would look like. I believe they thought the condition would be applied to future applications and not to this specific application. But the condition was again reiterated in an email when the staff report was published, and no comments were received in that 5-day period when the staff report was published and the meeting was held. And while the primary applicant was unable to attend and present their proposal, they voluntarily called staff and provided an alternative representative and did not request continuance or other alternatives. Other considerations staff has identified as part of this appeal process is that we believe temporary uses should be accessory and should not be more intense and ongoing than the underlying land use. This is a discretionary review. It is not a by right use. If adequate conditions should be applied to ensure no impact to the surrounding land uses. If impacts can't be mitigated, a temporary use permit should not be approved. Staff also notes that PJ's is a seasonal restaurant, so it's only open for a few months out of the year anyway, and many days of the weekends of the season that they are open are booked for private events. It appears that that may be enough to say that that's not a temporary use permit, but that is up to the council to decide tonight. Other event facilities are established through the permanent land use process, like we stated with the Tawadonner Lodge and Adventure Center. And as noted in your staff report, the Grace Crossing specific plan does not allow temporary uses of this type explicitly. Staff has received 18 public comments from the Planning Commission hearing, which was 12 opposed to the temporary use permit in whole, 4 supporting the community events to some degree while opposing the private events, and 2 in support of the temporary use permit with no concerns. Since the appeal has been filed, we've received 11 unique public comments, including 8 that support upholding the Planning Commission determination, and 3 supporting outright denial of the temporary use permit. So today, based off of all of that information, staff is recommending that the Planning Commission uphold the decision of the Planning Commission in approving the Grace Crossing PJ's Events 2023 temporary use permit based on the findings and the conditions of approval. Deny the appeal of the Planning Commission's decision of conditions of approval number 7 and 8, and determine the project categorically exempt from CEQA per section 15304E, minor alterations to land. There are other alternatives that the council can consider tonight, which is to overturn the decision of the Planning Commission, thereby granting the appeal, approve the temporary use permit with new or modified conditions, deny the temporary use permit on the basis that one or more of the required findings cannot be made. Also, the council can consider continuing the public hearing to a date and time certain, or referring the matter back to the Planning Commission if new, different information is presented. And that's all I have.
Thank you very much, Yumi. So now the appellant has 15 minutes. So I would invite you up to the podium. And Kelly, I believe you're setting the timer over here. Okay, yeah.
Thanks, Yumi. Appreciate it. My name is Brian Helm, and I appreciate all your time this evening. Again, my name is Brian Helm, and my partner, Hayes Parzybach, and I are owners of Tahoe Mountain Club. We understand that appeals of Planning Commission decisions are not looked favorably upon, and we have not filed this appeal lightly and do not wish to waste your time or staff's time on this matter, so we appreciate all the effort that's gone into this. Please also know that this appeal is not a reflection of the work and effort that town staff has put into it, and we deeply respect and appreciate their effort on this application, as well as all the things we bring before them. So I wanted to make sure that we stated that. I'm here for the following reasons. Well, the first was that the Planning Commission only had 3 of the 5 members in attendance during our hearing, and we didn't feel that all the voices of the commissions were able to be represented, and so we wanted to bring this to Town Council. As Yumi stated, neither myself or my partner Hayes were able to attend the Planning Commission. I was previously scheduled to be out of town, and Hayes was called away for an urgent family health emergency on the day of the hearing. We sent Jesse Langridge, our general manager, but he was sort of a sacrificial lamb and largely unprepared, so we had to apologize for throwing him into the process. The other piece is we've already had 16 of our 17 events for the summer canceled due to the conditions of the TUP. So the outcome of the appeal is largely moot at this point. That said, we do have one bride and a groom and their families that are holding out hope that we can secure a successful result to allow us to host their wedding at PJ's on September 9th. And so I stand before you today to provide a bit of background and ask for your support on that item. So just a bit of background on myself and Hayes and the club. Hayes and I are pretty new owners of Tall Mountain Club, having purchased it from the original owner to prevent bankruptcy and closure in 2019. Over the last 3 years, we've produced or performed a pretty difficult restructuring through COVID and a turnaround of the club to bring it to stabilized operations for the first time since the existence of the company. Over a 12-month period, Tall Mountain Club is privileged to employ 295 team members from the Truckee, Reno, and Lake Tahoe region, making us one of the larger private employers in the town of Truckee. And in 2023, we were luckily the 5th largest payer of property taxes in all of Nevada County, representing close to $400,000 in annual property tax in Nevada County alone. Our business is comprised of 3 main divisions: a swim, fitness, and ski membership club that's open to all people, regardless of their property ownership or location where they live; a public golf course, or public golf at 2 golf courses at Old Greenwood and Gray's Crossing; and a public food and beverage operation, including special events. In 2022, we were proud to serve over 600 member families at our 4 primary locations, and we hosted more than 40,000 rounds of golf and served more than 50,000 meals. Our banquets team hosted 17 special events and 9 public concerts open to the public at PJ's. So with special events, the club has hosted those at PJ's for going on 10 years, or a little bit more than 10 years. And as Yumi mentioned, in 2018, town staff asked TMC to run special events through the TUP process. We continued this process during our first year of ownership as 2019, as we worked to get our sea legs beneath us as we worked through the restructuring. And as a result of the TUP approval, the town asked that we address historical neighbor complaints and potential issues with noise, parking, programs through the 4 main conditions that Yumi already went through in detail, and I won't re-summarize now. As Yumi mentioned, we implemented all these per the conditions, and to our knowledge, only received 1 noise complaint. That's not to say that there weren't other people that were unhappy that time. We're not making that claim, but the only complaint that came through our call line that we were able to document was that one over 4 years, which was really 3 because of COVID, and about 50 special events. In 2020, town staff, as Yumi said, suggested they are no longer interested in utilizing the TUP process, and we accepted that and started working towards moving our special event business to Old Greenwood and the Old Greenwood Golf Clubhouse. During the 2020 time period where we should have been working on the zoning clearance and building application to move that, we were sort of trying to make sure that we had a business. And so we postponed all investment decisions to get through COVID. And then in 2021, started working with Yumi on that zoning clearance process to move all of our work over to Old Greenwood. And as Yumi said, we received that and got through our discretionary approvals in September of 2021 and started working on final design and an application process to bring those over. That process, with Yumi's approval in September 2021, we projected that, even with a fair amount of buffer time, that we'd be ready to go for the summer of 2023 process. And that relocation of special events from Grays to Old Greenwood requires about a $5 million investment in new construction, fit out of the existing facility, and new equipment. And with an investment of this size, I'm sure you can understand that takes a pretty large construction loan for Hayes and myself. And as such, it kind of requires immediate utilization as soon as we're done with that to be able to do debt service. And so because weddings and special events are typically booked a minimum of 12 months in advance, we started booking events after our discretionary approval was granted with the zoning clearance in fall of 2022 as the Old Greenwood House is the primary location. And unfortunately, as things have gone the last couple of years, due to unforeseen and largely uncontrollable delays, the new event center will now not be complete until fall of 2023. As a result, much to our chagrin, as well as to the chagrin of staff, we needed to apply for a final TUP, which we did not want to allow us to hold 14 weddings at PJ's for the 2023 season. This was not our desired outcome and one we desperately tried to avoid. Unfortunately, due to the condition of approval placed on the TUP by Planning Commission, primarily not allowing amplified music events after 8 p.m., we've had 16 of the 17 brides call to cancel their wedding at PJ's, representing many days and nights of stress, sadness, and anger for these families, and a loss of about $800,000 in revenue for the club that's just recently regained its footing. And I'll admit that we were shocked and a bit confused and somewhat saddened by the difficult conditions placed on the events in light of the success of the TUP conditions and lack of complaints we'd received over the 4 years. And this wasn't a TUP of choice. It was sort of a TUP of last resort that we hated putting staff through and didn't want to necessarily put Planning Commission or now you all through. But it was one that we sort of found ourselves in because of our delays. And while we appreciate that staff did, in their recommendations, try to find a middle ground on the approval, in the end, the reality was that the conditions from Planning Commission were such that it became an effective cancellation of all of our events for 2023. I would say that the direction and discussion at Planning Commission seemed kind of inconsistent to us. And I get it, it's a different Planning Commission than we saw the previous year or the previous year before that. So it's always a new makeup, but it seemed really inconsistent from our 2021 TUP. And I get the concept of it being a repetitive TUP is no longer a TUP, it's a permanent, right? And we get that. And that would certainly be if this was us just trying to continue to keep the status quo, but it was really, we didn't want to be here. We were just trying to preserve the weddings. We had booked the OG house. And so we had another TUP, which again, I understand Yumi's comments on that. And so it felt somewhat inconsistent from our 2021 approval, which allowed for staff level approval in the subsequent year if we complied with the conditions. And so we ended up with this very, very different outcome that we were sort of hoping for some leniency on, given the situation and the significant investment we were making. And so finally, with the construction of the new event center, we're well underway. We are expecting completion this fall. We have canceled 16 of the 17 wedding events. We only have one left for September 9th, where that family's holding out hope that we can get something done this evening. And so, again, really appreciate staff's time. This appeal, I get how, I don't want, this to reflect that we don't appreciate what staff's done. Yumi's always been really, really wonderful to work with. We appreciate her efforts on this. And so it really is just us wanting to lay out the background, sort of lay out sort of our perspective on Planning Commission and see if there's anything we can do to preserve that one event for September. So appreciate your consideration. Happy to answer any questions you've got.
Thank you very much, Brian. And don't go too far, because we will go to questions now from council, and we can ask questions of staff or the appellant. We'll start over here. Councilmember Klopstad, do you have any questions?
Yeah, Brian, I guess that was not clear to me that at this point they're willing to accept the conditions except for that one event. Is that what we're hearing now? Was that clear to staff?
No, that's new news.
Is that what you're asking for at this point? Because the appeal is specifically to disregard those two conditions.
Yeah, this is every day is another disappointing phone call. So we're down to one at this point. And so, yeah, we don't need a TUP other than for one event, September 9th, and that's it. And we'd like to be able to hold it till. Yeah, our reality on public events right now is that public events were largely paid for by the private events, and now I got an $800,000 hole in my P&L, and so we're hoping we can do some, but I don't know what this summer looks like. It's a pretty scary summer, to be quite honest. So we'd like to keep that flexibility to still do the public events. So I wouldn't like to remove that part of the TUP if we can, like having the optionality to do it if we can make it work, and if we can get some support to do that, then we will look at those. We only have one private event that's left that we'd like for the ability to operate till 10 p.m. and it's September 9th, sort of after the summer season.
Okay, and then right now the condition is specifically to end amplified music at 8 p.m. Previously it was ending at 10 p.m. Is there any benefit to having it end at 9 p.m.? Not that we can agree to that, but I'm just asking if that changes anything for you.
I don't know that I have a great answer on that. I could tell you that 10 p.m. has always been a stretch to get people to agree to on the wedding buying side of things, if that's a term. So I think that's what was sold, was a 10 p.m. stop. I honestly don't know what the response would be from that family if we said, oh, we got 9 p.m., not 10 p.m. We'd certainly ask for only one event for the 10 p.m. Allowance. But again, that's obviously your discretion.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Pallavi.
Thank you. You asked one of my questions, and just to be clear, it's a de novo hearing, so basically we can say whatever result it's just starting over, basically, just to clarify. I just have a quick question. So temporary use permit review process is ministerial, correct? Like you guys handle it internally?
That's correct.
And what triggered it rising to the Planning Commission? Like, why did that permit come to PC?
Originally, it was based off of community input, and there was a lot of public comment that we received, or public interest we received.
And so staff just didn't feel comfortable making that decision internally, and so you said, there's public comment, let's bring it to the Planning Commission.
Yeah, as the director, I can bump anything to Planning Commission. And my typical process is that if there's a lot of public interest, we want to provide them a forum to be able to discuss their concerns.
Temporary use permits are only valid for a year, right? I think I've done them myself. Yeah. So how would a condition of approval that goes beyond the life of a temporary use permit actually work?
I would like to suggest that Condition 7 be modified to take out the part about no future permits would be approved.
Great. That's sort of where I was going with that. Okay. And did I hear you say correctly, Yumi, that the Grays Crossing specific plan doesn't even allow a temporary use permit? And so if that is the case, why are we here? And why did they even go to the Planning Commission 5 times?
It's a good question. I believe there is discretion by the Community Development Director to say that there is something that the uses that are listed are compatible with the use that's not listed. However, the event facility is not something that is compatible with any of those items. Originally, we allowed for the temporary use permit to go forward, to go to Planning Commission as a discussion item, particularly because events were booked at the time, and we didn't want to necessarily disappoint those that have booked the events when without a public process. Granted, that's kind of snowballed over time, and we have continued to come back for review with the Planning Commission, hoping that each year would be the last year.
Great. And Brian, I'm just going to ask you to come up one more time. Sorry. And I just want to hear it out of your mouth one more time, just so I'm really, really clear as to what you're asking for. But if you walked out of here tonight with one private event to 10 p.m., you would be satisfied, and that would be considered a win.
Yeah, I think that's correct on the private event side. I think we'd like to keep the option, like we have the approval for the public events. We'd like to keep that optionality. Again, we're sort of looking at budgets to see if that, so I think, yes, on the private
all
events.
I'm asking for.
Public, we'd like to keep
Great.
that.
Okay. Thank you very much. No further questions.
Councilmember Zabriskie. You might want to just sit right up there.
I want to make sure I understood your answer to Vice Mayor Pallavi. You're saying then you're not going to try to get more private events scheduled if a temporary use permit were approved?
No.
Okay. What was your procedure for making sure you were capturing all the noise complaints?
We had a staff member that was there dedicated for event management, and then there was a complaint line that routed to that staff member, and then we obviously always have a public phone line and an email line that's available.
So there was never a face-to-face complaint from a resident at Gray's Crossing?
I honestly don't know if there were a face-to-face, but my team that managed the event would provide the reports, and that was the one complaint that we got, was a phone complaint. I'm sure that they had multiple conversations with one neighbor over the years, and that's where it just wasn't maybe during an event process, but certainly we received complaints from one homeowner, a couple of different homeowners over the years of the process. I was merely referring to during the time of event, we would monitor the setup and monitor the complaint line.
And what was the procedure for assuring that the manager was checking the decibel levels at times when it might be the loudest?
Yeah, so they would do an event setup with a noise meter at the locations designated by the Ballard noise consultants that did the original report. So they designated a couple of different locations. One was directly in front of the speaker. I think one was sort of on the practice screen area where they would do an initial setup noise reading. And then I believe there were 2 times throughout the event that they would go and take secondary readings to confirm that, the DJ hadn't turned things up, and they would take photos of the noise meter and the reading while they took those. And then those were included in a Word document report that we would submit to town staff on a weekly basis.
And then the manager or whoever would go out and check the decibel meter, the one that was out 50 feet away, just at their convenience over the course of an event?
I believe there was a time period of which they would go out and do it, and it would, I believe, occurred prior to and then 2 times during the event. And so that was meant to sort of make sure, because, you sort of give the instructions to the DJ at the beginning or the band at the beginning, and everybody starts having fun, and maybe they turn things up, right? And so it was meant to sort of combat against a creeping of the noise. I don't claim that it was perfect by any measure, but I think it was the best that Ballard could sort of come up with, and was what staff sort of accepted as the report when it came in 2019, I believe that was, 2020.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And I just have one little disclosure. My home is up the hill from PJ's in a separate neighborhood, and I've certainly enjoyed meals at PJ's in the past. I don't think that creates any conflict, but I want people to know. Okay, staff, have you received any complaints from residents of Gray's Crossing before the application for the temporary use permit was submitted?
No, during the in-between times, we don't usually hear from the neighbors when the events are ongoing.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you so much. Mr. Helm, thank you so much for being here tonight. I really appreciate you providing your perspectives. I don't think I have any questions for you, but I do have a few for staff. Temporary use permits, I mean, they're supposed to be temporary. What is the average time length for temporary use permits like this? Like, is this typical that we continue to sort of have the same temporary use permit coming back year and being reissued year over year?
It is typical to get an annual renewal of a temporary use permit, particularly for like outdoor retail sales. We see a lot of the bear carving sales every year. So it is typical in Christmas tree lots we see every year. And then there are occasional events. I can't think of any off the top of my head, but it's usually one-off events for a specific site.
Okay, and so for temporary use permits like this, for this particular use, do we tend to?
No.
Okay, thank you. So I think just two more questions. For the condition of approval 8, no future temporary use permits for private events and up to 10 community events, et cetera. I am curious why we would be interested in a temporary use permit for the community event when they're also ongoing. And you know, the earlier staff slides noted that temporary use permits are typically for those one-time events like Christmas tree lots, et cetera. So I'm just curious if staff can elaborate on that.
It was aligned with the Planning Commission's direction to allow for the 10 community events in the original first condition.
And then the staff report noted that due to ongoing impacts and timing, quantity of events, it should be considered a permanent land use. So I'm just curious if the appellant was interested in a permanent land use, what would that process look like for them? What additional standards would they have to meet? And wouldn't they still encounter the same challenges because we still have findings that we have to make, including, you know, no detrimental effects to people residing in the area?
Sure. It would look like any other land use process. It would be a development permit they would submit to the town with what they're proposing. For this particular use, since we have a history of knowing what the conflicts are, I believe that they would want to look at a way to permanently attenuate the sound. So that may mean making it an indoor facility, which may be something that they would consider as part of their application. We have not approved any outdoor venues of this type. Usually there's I guess the Todd Donner Lodge has an outdoor component.
But the music's inside.
But the music's inside. All of the event facilities, including the old Greenwood House, has requirements that the music has to be inside with the doors closed.
Okay. Thank you so much for that. That's it for me.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Brian and Yumi, for the presentation, and fellow council members. I think you covered all the questions I had, so I appreciate that. So with that, we will open it up to public comment. And any member of the public is welcome to make a comment up to 3 minutes in length. We ask if you could please come up here, state your name at the beginning. There is a timer, again, to my left, your right, that'll be counting down, and we will ask you to sit down at the end of your 3 minutes, so be aware of your time. And again, if you have any comments, please come on up, and if there are more than one person looking to speak, you are always welcome to make a line along the windows to be efficient with our time. Can you hit the mic button? Make sure it's red.
It is.
There you go. Okay.
I spent 35 years in sound. I should have known that. I live in Grays Crossing on Riley Court. And although as much as I would really dearly love to give you my very precise logic on why all the sound discussion here is useless and meaningless, I will save you from that and just go to the salient point of I live probably a half a mile away. And I don't feel that I can sit on my patio during these because they're so loud. And it's not only the music, it's the revelry and people talking in the speeches. And so it is a residential neighborhood. This is right in the middle of a residential neighborhood. And I think the residents have a right to a quiet and peaceful existence, which is not happening from this. And it's going on year after year, weekend after weekend, weekend after weekend. However, I will say that given the fact that they're in essence changed and are only asking for one, for the sake of those people who are trying to have their wedding, I would be willing to accept that. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name's Robin Hensley. I'm a resident in Grays as well. I have some similar comments, but I guess it's just disheartening that we're back here again. That the temporary use has been permanent since 2017, essentially, when it was discovered that TMC was booking weddings and they had no permit to do so. So then it's been this chase because of weddings needing to be scheduled in advance and that not being in sync with a permitting issue, that this, well, we can't cancel on people cycle has been going on since then. So it's been really frustrating for them apparently as well as for us. I want to say that they did book at PJ's without a permit, weddings. So take that as you will. I wouldn't think they should have done that. They were given a bonus year, but still weren't able to get it done, the project, which is surprising. Because many other large projects around here and around the state have been done during these same sets of circumstances. They did send a notice out that they were having no community events in 2023. That was, I just got a screenshot of that. So that's interesting that maybe that's still up in the air. And I think I just really want to emphasize that our legitimate complaints have been channeled appropriately through the town's process. And we've respected those decisions every year and basically been trying to grin and bear it during like, okay, this will be the last year. Hopefully this will be the last year. We're going to get the project built. And then basically naively, I guess, that's so we haven't, I believe as a group, chosen to, during somebody's wedding, to kind of have the bride and groom at the moment of their event hear complaints. And it's just not, that's not what should be happening. But also not a single one of us would be permitted to have this kind of sound coming out of our own homes, out of respect for our own neighbors and just legally. So we have a right to the quiet enjoyment of our homes, and that isn't happening. So I just, that's it. I'll just hope you keep in mind that these events shouldn't have started in the first place, and it's been this vicious cycle ever since. Thanks.
Thank you.
My name's Mike Brown. I live in Grays Crossing as well. Just a few comments to it. One is that we heard a lot of talk from Brian about their financial interests and all that sort of stuff, and I really don't think any of what he said was relevant to why we're all standing here tonight. How they do financially, and I hope they do great. I think the golf course is a great golf course. I hope all of their financial stuff works well, but that's really irrelevant to what we're doing here tonight, and that has to do with what is the impact on the community. We put up with enough noise during the golf course stuff. We all live there. We all know what that's going to be about. We got drunk people out there screaming and yelling when they hit a great shot. We get all that. This extra added element that they want to do till 10 o'clock at night with amplified music is above and beyond all that. As Robin stated, we're not allowed to make the same kind of sound out of our own homes or we'd get violated by the community, yet they've been able to do that for a period of time up until now. So I'm not sure what most of the conversation afterward, which was not part of the appeal process, which was their financial position, which really had nothing to do with what they're here appealing for today, and I don't think they proved their point, and I think Yumi touched on all the legal points of it. What I also noted, in terms of their financial stuff, there seemed to be some question about managing their finances, and yet when I went to their LinkedIn site, they talk about the fact that they managed billions of dollars worth of construction stuff. So I would think they'd have been able to handle this project and get it done within the allotted time frame. It didn't happen. The most notable element, though, was that I know he talked about, I'd like to thank the staff as well for all that you guys have done. There was no mention from any of them about the effect upon the community and how it affected us. To say, hey, we know that there's been a burden for you guys, any of that, nothing came out. And I think that's fairly notable in terms of what's really happening. And so we're the ones, they want to make a profit, I get it. but we're the ones paying the price for that profit. So I think volume levels of noise, we've all been on an airplane, we've all been in places where the amount of noise coming out doesn't reach some decibel level, but it's annoying nonetheless. And so if you're in the house right next to what's taking place, it doesn't matter what the volume says. And you can set a time to say, well, we have to check the volume on this thing every hour. All you got to do is turn the volume down on the music. You go out there, check do a sound check. Yep, we fell within the limits, and the volume can go back up again. So all of that stuff is somewhat capricious in the way that it's put together. So I'm hoping that you guys abide by the minimum of what the Planning Commission came up with, and that we get some peace and quiet back in the community. And in addition, the only other thing I'll say is that they did note recently, and Brian talked about continuing with the public events, yet they put out a public notice that all the concerts were canceled for this year. So I'm not sure, some question as to how that's really taken place. So thanks for the time.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Council. And I want to start by thanking you for your time tonight, especially all the staff time that's been put in on this. I'm Mike Rogers. I reside at 11638 Hinnis in Grays. I'm just going to kind of cover a few key points, I think. The first of which is many of you serve, or all of you serve, take these oaths to support the public good. Staff time is all spent, huge investments on the part of the town to promote the public good. And I think that, as Mr. Scott has already pointed out, that the neighborhood has already borne for 5 years, at least since I've lived there, the burden of music, loud music, a lot of traffic, parking issues, weekend after weekend, noise levels at high levels. And I can only anecdotally say that while the music is often annoying, maybe I'm of a different generation, but it's loud. And I can only respect the many parents who have to put their kids down to bed around 8:30, even during the summers, to a peaceful night's sleep, and are not, the kids just can't go to sleep with the music. So even if you just think about the parents in the neighborhood, I think you'd agree that 10 o'clock is a little too late. And I don't think it's an appropriate use for the middle of the neighborhood. So that's, for me, is the final point. I don't want us to compromise public good for private gain. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Tom Blyde. Together with my wife, I raised 3 daughters here in Truckee, one of which is now engaged to be married. So I'm the lone holdout. Happy to say she's engaged to a really wonderful Truckee born and bred son. Both of them can't be here because they're pursuing their successful careers as a PA and a fireman in San Francisco. So send us your retirees and we'll send you your critical workers. I kind of, I'm also happy that these two are not wanting to get married on a beach in Hawaii or a winery in Napa. They want to get married in their hometown where they grew up, with their friends, their family, and where they spent their lives, right here in Gray's Crossing. We backed up on Alder Drive to Gray's Crossing. And so this is kind of their backyard. And so it's important to them. And we booked this wedding not knowing any of this. So we just kind of stepped into this. And it's new to us. I kind of sympathize with the whole situation. I get it, but after reading a lot of these comments, it seems kind of funny to me that this is like a Gray's Crossing issue. Why are we at the town council? It's only comments are from Gray's Crossing residents. There's nothing from the general public. And so it seems kind of weird to me. But I'd just like to remind everybody that You know, these, they differentiate, they say the private events are different from the community event. Private events, I want to remind everybody here, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of guests at these weddings. They're not camping in their vans behind the artist lofts. They're not cooking hot dogs on their campfires behind Save Mart. They're booking hotels, Airbnbs, eating in the restaurants, shopping in the stores. It's a big moneymaker for this town. I just want to remind people of that. So community events, concerts, take your wine down there, enjoy it, great. But there's other ways that employment at this place. They employ a lot of people. So I love my Grace Crossing neighbor said the best thing here, number 9, opposes private events, but supports community events, concerned about noise and access to restaurants, They recommend a maximum of 10 private events and 4 community events. That seems like a happy medium to me. Economically, community-wise, some compromise. I mean, I just want to end this too by saying when I bought my house,
Thank you very much.
there was no airport, or there was no middle school.
Thank you very much. And we will welcome the next public comment.
Hi everyone, my name is it's on. Yeah, my name is Sarush. I live on Hennis Road, building my future home on Coburn, and I enjoyed the public events, and I think got married not too long ago, and I have 3 kids. I have a 17-month-old and 2 8-year-olds, and I think I have sympathy for the weddings, the events, the public events. The one thing I will say is that I think the relationship between whoever the owners or developers or HOA and the homeowners of Grace Crossing, that relationship has soured over time. And I think one of the reasons the pushback happens is largely because we as homeowners in Grace Crossing bought into an expectation, and that expectation has changed over the last 10 years, over and over and over and over again. One example would be I took my boys to the pool. After we came back into the locker room, there was a group of women and men taking shots in the locker room at the clubhouse. That's all I'm going to say. It was a wedding party, so it was disturbing to my boys. They asked a lot of questions.
Thank you.
Red lights on. Hi, I'm Bobby Specht, and I live in Grace Crossing. We've been there 4 years. We've been in Truckee full-time 40 years. I'm not going to get into the weeds because I think a lot of people have brought up some very good points. I just want to say, let this last wedding happen. I would hate to see the disappointment. These are local people. They're not people coming from afar to have a wedding. So just allow the last wedding to happen, and then maybe something can be renegotiated. That's all I need to say. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there any other public comments on this item? Looks like one more. And if there's anyone else, don't be shy. You can line up against the window.
I wasn't going to talk. Hi, I'm Heidi. I'm the mother of the bride, and I understand both sides, but I'm just here to ask you to take into consideration this one last wedding for my daughter. We planned it in September. We've spent a lot of money, a lot of time already, a lot of money we won't get back if the wedding doesn't happen, and financially it's a lot. So I appreciate you listening, and hopefully we can have one last wedding. Thank you.
Thank you. One last chance. Looks like one more. Don't be shy.
Hi,
I'm Kat Newell, and I don't have a dog in this fight at all, but I'm here with the Scouts. Really glad that they could see community engagement in action. But I do have a couple comments, just not even knowing that this conversation was going to take place. And I feel like I have gotten to experience a lot of pieces of the conversation. I used to be the aquatics coordinator at Old Greenwood. I've been an event coordinator at High Camp. I work with Heidi's daughter that's not getting married at the hospital. She's not getting married at the hospital. Her other daughter works at the hospital with me. But my concern was just moving forward. I feel like one of Robin's comments about the procedural frustration of the year after year planning and the misalignment with the permitting and the planning that is required for a wedding. Moving forward, I would hope that the council and the staff would consider making adjustments to those procedures, so that just seems like the ultimate of frustration for everyone, and maybe could be avoidable. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other public comments? Seeing none, we will close public comment. Thank you all very much for your participation. So with that, I believe the appellant gets a 5-minute rebuttal. So Brian, you would be welcome to come up if you want to you have 5 minutes of time, up to 5 minutes. You don't have to use it all if you don't want to, but you are welcome to share any final thoughts.
Yeah, Brian Helm again for the record. I'll make this very, very quick. I just wanted to comment on a couple items. One, Hayes and I have never booked an event at Gray's without a permit. In 2019, we took ownership. Yumi walked us through the process. We went through the TUP process. We got a permit. What happened before us, I can't say. It's probably one of those things where they didn't realize they needed a permit and they didn't. But that's before Hayes and my timeline. We take permitting pretty darn seriously because it's our profession. And so I just want to make sure that was really clear. And then I appreciate that we're all getting amnesia to COVID and forgetting what was that, 20 or 2021 or when was that? But the reason that we've gotten into this sort of horrible stutter step of a TUP process is that Yumi and staff sort of said, hey, you really need to find a permanent use. So we hired Claire Walton and her team to start on the process of getting the OG house when that direction was given to us, and then COVID happened, and we didn't know which way it was up, and so we lost a year sort of due to that, and then we've sort of lost a year now due to the chaos of coming out of COVID. If any of you own and operate businesses, it's cliche now, but it was supply chain, and then it was you couldn't find an architect that had bandwidth to work on stuff. And so that is the reason that we aren't in our new venue. It's not because we were trying to abuse a process. I think Yumi was very, very clear that continual TUPs at Gray's Crossing were DOA. And we don't want to be here right now. I really don't. I'd love to be with my family throwing the baseball, but I apologize to town council that I'm here. I apologize to staff that I'm here, but it really was a bunch of really extraordinary circumstances, and I promise my next application to y'all will be very clean. So anyways, that's all I wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brian. All right, with that, we will turn back to council, and Councilmember Klövstad will start back on that end.
An interesting road this has been. I understand, Andy, you had some recommendations on condition of approval number 7, changing that language to what?
I would suggest deleting the first sentence, which says that no future temporary use permits for private events will be approved at this location.
Condition number 8, okay.
It's 7, I think. Is it 7?
It's 7 in your resolution.
The old, yeah.
Yeah, sorry. But
7 in the old one, 8 in the old one, 7 in the new one.
Yeah, okay. I think that's something that probably should not be in there. And then if you were inclined to cap the number of community events, you could also change that part of the same condition.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I know I'm going back. So I support those recommended changes by Andy Morris. And then I spoke with quite a few residents. I have friends that live in this area, and a lot of them actually talked not primarily. It was always the noise was the first complaint. The second big complaint was the traffic and people parking inappropriately, and the damage that was doing, and just the lack of ability to say, get a fire truck through, which of course we would be particularly concerned with. But one of the conditions that the Planning Commission imposed was to change that threshold from 175 people triggering a shuttle to 100 people triggering a shuttle. So I'm assuming that would significantly mitigate that impact because they have enough parking for 100. So I just wanted to put that out there. I think that part of my discussions have been satisfied, and but really this is about the noise. And because that really isn't mitigatable. So I believe that's why the Planning Commission came to their conclusion of 8 p.m. And I do think that that's reasonable given the neighborhood atmosphere of that area. But I am very sympathetic to our one local holdout wedding couple. And I would be in support of allowing that one event. That's where I'm at.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Pallavi.
Thank you. Yumi, how many parking spots are on site there? Do you know?
I believe 87.
87. Okay. So I think I've also been a part of these discussions for many years. I appreciate you all for coming out. Thank you. And I think this is just, I definitely also want to be really clear that I do believe the past 3 years as a fellow business person has been extremely tumultuous and almost impossible to foresee what's going to happen 4 months ahead of you. And I don't work in the construction industry, and I think that one's even more challenging at this point. I know how long it takes to get permits. I know getting architects virtually impossible. All of that stuff is accurate in my opinion. So I've also been familiar with Tahoe Mountain Club and how they're trying to maneuver, and I do believe that they're trying with good intent, at least at this point. I would say I agree with Councilmember Klostad's comments. I'm fine to strike the no future piece. I am inclined to say, on the shuttling piece, I think that I read that there's already been some mitigation and conditions in place in terms of bouldering and other remedies that is part of an existing condition already, correct?
So that would, we're proposing that they boulder off the informal parking. So it would actually reduce the amount of parking on site.
Right, but they still have 87 spots.
That's correct. And from past, whether we've heard from the appellant that they believe that most of the parking issues are related to the community events, which don't have a guest capacity maximum, but I don't know for sure whether or not where the impacts are.
Yeah, so just really quickly, 87 times 2.5 equals 217 with a half a person. So let's round down, call it 217. So I'm less inclined to put additional burden and expense on the client or whoever it is. I think that there's ample.
They can all take TARC Connect.
They can do a million different things. So I'm not necessarily interested in saying you have to find a shuttle bus based on the number of people. I think it was very clear in staff's report. We're not sitting out there counting the attendees. We're not going to be counting cars. It's just not enforceable. So to me, that just becomes cleaner if we get rid of that one. So I'd be inclined to get rid of that one. I'd also be inclined to say So I think currently we're at 10 community, or Planning Commission said 14 community events, right?
10.
10, I'm sorry. So I'm inclined to say 10 community events, 1 private event on the date specified by Mr. Helm. I'm comfortable with amplified music till 10 p.m. one night out of the summer. I also live in a loud area, and I hear planes, trains, and automobiles all day long, and I feel like it's one day of a little bit more noise is on a Saturday night. It's basically the trade-off that we are providing, to me, seems fair. So I will leave it at that. I think those are all our points for debate at this moment. Did I miss anything you want me to weigh in on? I'm comfortable with the rest of it. Thank you.
Before I go this way, I do want to go back to Councilmember Klövstad, because I heard you say favorable to allowing the one event, the one private event. Would you be in support of allowing amplified music till 10 p.m.?
Yes,
Okay.
for that one private event. And I'm fine with the public events, amplified music till 8 p.m. I'm fine with private events, the number stated until 8 p.m. I just think that 8 p.m. is appropriate for a neighborhood. I was going to deliberate possibly a 9 p.m. for a few of them. I would consider that if anybody else wants to deliberate that, but it doesn't sound like that would necessarily be a huge game changer. So yeah, that one wedding, amplified music until 10 p.m., everything else cut off at 8.
Yeah, and to clarify, I think the reason why I was willing to go till 10 is we heard from the project proponent, they're okay with one private event. So the trade-off to me was going from 14 private events with no amplified music to one private event with amplified music to 10 p.m. It felt comfortable to me. So I'm comfortable making that trade, if you will. So it seems like less impact overall. It was my goal at the end of the day.
Thank you. Thank you both. Councilmember Zabriskie.
Well, I agree with the public comments. I really feel this is something that should have been decided between the Tahoe Club and the Homeowners Association. It shouldn't be reaching town council. I'm sorry to see that didn't happen. It appears to me people have been enduring the sound every summer, thinking that was going to be the last time. And that's why the town didn't hear more complaints, because from what I'm hearing from the commenters, that the sound does travel from those private events. I agree. I have the same procedural frustration. I was on the Planning Commission and was sitting up here while we labored through what the appropriate machinery should be for recording decibel levels. And I remember the long discussion also about the number of cars parked on Hennis Pass roads. I can't remember if that was on the commission or on the council since that 2019 meeting. I agree that Tahoe Club's size and financial condition is irrelevant. And I also appreciate that we cannot tie the hands of future council members and say that they cannot issue temporary use permits. So that's certainly appropriate. On the 100-person limit requiring shuttles, I would keep it in there. I think that's a great idea. And if no one complains, Tahoe Club comes out fine. And if it ends up it's 98 people or 106 people, I'm not sure anyone's going to care. But I think it's a great standard and can be left in, and it should be an incentive for the event planner to keep track as best they can and provide for a shuttle if the crowd's going to be that large. Otherwise, I'm fine with what the Planning Commission recommended. From the staff report, it appears to me the Planning Commission gave it great thought. Even though it was only 3 members, they reached a consensus. I'm also appreciate the idea of allowing amplified music for that one private event, and I'll try to go somewhere else that night. I'm sorry for all of those of you who will have to stay home with the kids. I hope it's late enough in the summer, it's cool enough that you can close your windows. Anyway, I can go either way on that. I could accept Planning Commission if I had 2 other votes. Oh, and limit it to that one event. I wouldn't limit it to that night. If they have to change the date for some reason, I don't want to see that come back here so we can approve it being the Friday instead of Saturday.
And I think that's captured in the one private event, just to be clear. At least that's how I would capture it. I wouldn't put it date specific. I would just say one private event.
Yeah, I would say no future reservations. They can't accept future reservations. But that's wordsmithing.
Thank you. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you so much. I'm going to just kind of go through the conditions of approval, the numbers in the staff report, not the new numbers in the resolution. So I am also comfortable with the one private event. I really sympathize. You have to do wedding planning really far in advance. I understand that you've made deposits, so I really sympathize with that. So I'd be comfortable, the Planning Commission said that they would allow private events from 20 to 14, so I think we're talking from 20 to 1. I'm comfortable with that. I agree with Councilmember Pallavi on the trade-off to allow amplified music for that one event until 10 p.m. I think that, compared to the 20 or even the 14 that the Planning Commission had approved, that's definitely, I think, would be less impactful to residents of the neighborhood, who I also really sympathize with. I love my quiet evenings. I moved here for the quiet. I moved here for the solitude. I have a young child who goes to bed at 7 o'clock every night, and so I really sympathize with that as well. So I think I've talked about condition of approval 6 and 7 related to music. I'm comfortable, obviously, striking the language of no future TUPs for private events because we can't bind the hands of future councils. And then I'm also comfortable with Councilmember Pallavi's suggestion related to condition of approval 10. It does feel that if we have 87 parking spaces, that certainly accommodates, a large number of guests. I don't necessarily feel that it is fair or equitable to force one particular wedding party to have a shuttle service when we're also hearing that the majority of the traffic impacts to the neighborhood are actually from the community events themselves. I would actually almost see it going the other way, that for any community events, there should be required shuttle, for example, from the rec center or something like that. So I would be more comfortable with something like that and just making it more equitable to just any users. And then I think the only other thing I wanted to comment, I'm going to go back to condition of approval 6 really quickly. The Planning Commission had modified that condition to allow for up to 10 community events. I think we've heard that there are either going to be none, or maybe there are going to be up to 4, and we'd like some flexibility. So I guess an item for deliberation or conversation with my fellow council members is, can we reduce those 10 community events as well, if there are less being considered, to still provide that flexibility to Mr. Helm, but also make sure that we are putting the public good front and center in this conversation. I think that's it. Did you need anything else from me? I think I went through all of them.
I think you got them all. Okay. And you brought up another one on the community events. So I just want to appreciate everyone who came tonight, who submitted public comment. Thank you, Brian, for your comments, and staff for all the work on this. Also appreciate, I believe Robin was your name, or now I've lost track of everyone's names, but appreciate too you trying to follow the process of, making complaints through the process and not disturbing an event that was being held. I think that goes to show you're trying to all be good neighbors, and I appreciate that, and trying to follow the Truckee way. So I did want to acknowledge, maybe there's been only one complaint through the complaint line, but I think we've heard more than that through public comment and through previous planning commission meetings. So just wanted to acknowledge, appreciate the way the neighbors who maybe have been frustrated have kind of dealt with this process. I would go along with my fellow council members that I would be comfortable allowing this one private event this summer. Appreciate hearing from those folks who are hoping to have this private event. That said, while we can't tie the hands of our future council members, I also heard you, Brian, say, I don't want to do this. So kind of try to hold you to, we don't want to talk about this again next year. And hey, wait, hold on, something else is happening. So kind of saying, we're going to allow this one, but, we're going to hold you to your word, hopefully, that, we're not going to have this conversation again. As for community events, in talking to folks, some neighbors in Grays as well as other community members, I did hear people were wanting to ensure community events would still continue, if possible, that people enjoy that. So I'd be in favor of leaving 10 allowed in there, because it also sounds like, the amplified music ends earlier. Neighbors are able to get out and participate and enjoy it. So I guess I could see that being a benefit to the community. That said, if everyone else feels we should limit it to less than 10, that's okay too, but I'm putting it out there. And then as for the shuttle, I agree with Vice Mayor Pallavi and Councilmember Henderson. It does seem like there's ample spaces to cover an event of up to 200. We have Tart Connect, so those of you having the private event, tell everyone to take Tart Connect. And I think that covered most of it. But with that, I think we need to come back and kind of hear from fellow council members. I think, I hear now 3 in support of not making the shuttle requirement, being at 100, leaving it where it was. So would love to hear from Councilmember Zabriskie and Klövstad how you feel, as well as what Councilmember Henderson brought up about community events, and if there's any thought about cutting that back from 10.
Yeah, I didn't hear any complaint about the community events, and I thought they're quite distinct from the private events. What I was getting on the community events is they're mostly concerts. They're open to the public. I mean, you got to pay. They're free. And the ones I went to, God, I had to pay for something. Maybe it's the auction night. The drinks. The drinks. They were pretty sedate. And the average age was 70. So I think they're different. So I think maybe it's, I wasn't hearing any opposition. I was actually hearing favor. And then I'm not going to push on the shuttle. I think the shuttle's a better idea, but if we have 3 other council members who think it's better to drop the shuttle, so be it.
Thank you, Councilmember Zabriskie. Councilmember Klövstad?
I like the idea of leaving flexibility for the public events. I too feel like there is some community benefit. Did not hear complaints about that. It was more about the obnoxious drunk antics after a wedding, especially when it's ending at 10 p.m. That seemed to be the biggest frustration. As for the shuttle, I just want to remind everybody that these events also require a lot of staff. And then my understanding is the other facilities are also open. So, the 87 parking stalls are not just for wedding goers, although I think we've made it very clear that we have a free public shuttle service that you can use, which hopefully will be electric vehicles in the near future. And so great opportunity there to self-mitigate.
And in case you didn't know, that free shuttle we keep talking about was just expanded to Gray's Crossing on April 1st. So you can all use it 365 days of the year for at least the next 14 months.
6:30 a.m. till 10 p.m. So there you go.
Ding, ding, ding. PSA.
So I think we're
Would you like a motion?
Yes, I think we're ready.
Are we ready?
Yes, I think we're ready.
Staff, have you captured all of our changes? Are we good here? Would you like us to go through them, or can I make a motion to, I think we're approving the temporary use permit with the changes specified, specifically up to 10 public concerts, up to 10 public events, 1 private event. That bullet stays the same, correct? Correct. That one's good. Yeah, I think we're good there. Yep. I think everything's good below that until the shuttle. Yep. There you go. So leave that. I think we're eliminating it, right? I think we're just eliminating it. So 18 is just gone. Yep. And I think we're good on the rest. So I will make a motion to approve the temporary use permit with the changes applied.
And I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much. All right, with that, we are going to move on to the next item, and then we'll take a break after that item, just so my fellow council members know. But I know we have some special guests who flew across the country and may want to enjoy some of the fine Truckee establishments while they're here. So we will move on to Lease to Locals Program Review and Guidelines Update. And I believe we have Lynn Baumgartner. And any members of the public, if you wouldn't mind heading out into the hallway, no worries. Thank you all very much for participating.
And Chase is from Placemate is actually going to be doing the first part of the presentation from the podium.
All right. Thank you, Lynn. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Troop 267. We look forward to seeing you again. You're welcome anytime. Yes. Good luck with all that.
Thank you for the question.
All right. So with that, our Lease to Locals program update. And Lynn, you said Chase will be going first?
Yep.
Good evening, council members. I'm Chase Janbrand, General Manager for Placemate, formerly known as Landing Locals, and happy to be here to give an annual update for the program, for our Lease to Locals program. Next slide, please. I'll start with a bit of a review of the timeline and the program policies that we've gotten us to this point, and I'll dig into the results from a few different perspectives: pipeline conversion, properties, tenants, and homeowners. So, of course, the pilot program started in 2020. We had 21 properties come into the program at that time. And since then, in years 2 and 3, we've been tracking at just about 50 properties a year. And the program policies that have gotten us, that each year there's been a new iteration of the program. And just quickly, where we've landed now is properties, of course, must be located in town limits. They cannot have been used as a full-time rental within the past 12 months. Leases can be either seasonal with a 5-month minimum, or long-term, a typical 12-month, 1-year lease or longer, and rent cannot exceed $3,500 a month. And those incentives change based on the lease type, whether it's a seasonal lease or a long-term lease. At least 50% of the household must be locally employed within the TTUSD boundary, at least 20 hours per week, and gross income cannot exceed 150% of AMI averaged across the adults in the household, which is right about $103,000 a year. The incentive amounts are on a per-person basis per qualifying tenant. For the seasonal lease is $2,000, and for the long-term lease is $4,500. And both of those incentive programs allow, of course, for 4 tenants. So I think this is helpful looking at the total pipeline since starting this program. noting that we've had approximately 750 homes reach out to us. And if you consider, approximately 14,000 units in the Truckee area, that's over 5% of the owned units have reached out to us for details about the program. Of those approximately 750 homeowners, we've converted 119 of them into the program. That is also a conversion rate of about 16%. So we're very happy about that success. Of those 119 properties, 61 of them have, quote, graduated through the program. They've come through the program and received both the first and the second checks. And within that 61, 59% have renewed for a second year, despite there not being an additional incentive for them to renew that lease. And, it's not quite 60%, but we're approaching 2/3 of homeowners that are coming into this program that are really sticking with the purpose of the program and continuing to rent long-term to our locals. So now I'm going to change gears a little bit and really focus in on the properties of this third iteration of the program. So in this third year, we've taken in 48 properties, 35 of which were long-term leases, 13 are seasonal leases. So just about 75% of the homes that come in are long-term leases. Also, when we look at the breakdown of the unit types, if you combine the 2 and 3 bedroom types, about 75% of the unit types are 2 and 3 bedroom homes. So we've got about 75% of the homes are 2 and 3 bedroom homes, kind of typical working family homes, and about 75% of them are signed for long-term leases. Of course, there's also, a couple of private rooms and a handful of larger 4 bedrooms and a couple of smaller 1 bedrooms. But in essence, we're getting 2 and 3 bedroom homes into the program. Looking at the properties at a more specific level, so far in this third iteration, we've committed about $415,000 of incentives. And that's earmarked. That's not just what's paid out, but also what's anticipated to be paid for the second round of checks, for an average incentive per property of just over $8,600. That breaks down to a per bedroom count of $3,500 per bedroom. And we're seeing an average rent of properties that come into the program at just over $2,500 a month, which equates to just over $1,000 a month rent per bedroom. Looking at it from the tenant side, we've housed, again, this is just for the third year of this program, we've housed 125 people, 93 of which are qualified tenants, the balance, of course, being made up of non-qualified tenants and children. And in the tenant groups that come in, the average household income is just over $78,000 per year, and the average adult tenant income is just shy of $38,000. And that's it. That's all I had prepared for the quick update. I'd like to thank you guys for your continued support for housing for the community and all the efforts of staff. And I'm happy to take any questions or turn it back over to Lynn.
So as you saw in the staff report, we just have some kind of minor program guideline revisions. I have them listed up here just very briefly. So if you do have any questions about those, we get into those in the questions, but we made some changes to the eligible housing units, just some clarifications mainly about the seasonal lease, and added a grant disbursement 60-day deadline to help PlaceMate have some teeth for people to get their paperwork in on time. We got a little more specific about our in the eligibility for homeowners section, like how the room rentals work, tenant matching agreements, and lease checks. And then the biggest chunk we added a single parent household income calculation of 1.5 times the 150% AMI, just because we were finding some kind of edge cases where a single parent, the way we do the calculations, a single parent we thought fit with the spirit of the program would maybe not fit the exact total. And then we did some clarification on the documentation required. We've been getting a lot more self-employed and business owners, which is great, but it's a little more complicated to qualify as with their income. And so we laid out in detail what kind of verification needed. So our next steps, our goal for the next program year is adding 50 new properties into the program and housing an additional 100 locals. And our staff recommendation is that you receive an update from staff and PlaceMate on the Lease to Locals program and approve the recommended Lease to Locals program guidelines updates.
Thank you very much, Lynn. Thank you, Chase, and good to see you, Colin and Kai. We're happy to have you here. And we'll go to council member questions first. We'll go to this side. Councilmember Henderson.
I don't have any questions.
Councilmember Zabriskie.
Yes, I have two questions for Lynn, or it's two of the provisions. One is 4.1.3. It's about the timing of the applications. It's how to handle lease changes. Can you go to that part, maybe on the red line, 4.1.3?
Yeah. Let me see. Oops. Thank you, Jen. Put the. So 4.1.3. Let me read that.
Yeah.
What we added in there was room rentals. If multiple rooms in a home are rented on separate leases, all rooms must be included on a single application, and all move-in dates are within 30 days. So this was an administrative, just because we were having people like rent one room, say they have a 4-bedroom house, rent one bedroom and through the lease locals, and then halfway through the year decide, oh, this is great, we want to add in another tenant. And we were finding that was just difficult on the administration side. And so we want to encourage people to house as many, workforce members as they want, but at the beginning of the lease term, where they're not adding people in throughout the year.
Yeah, I don't have language to address that, but we have in my experience, we have a very transient population, and often you'll have 3 unrelated people or 2 related and a third one who's brought in, and they all sign separate leases.
So this will still allow them to sign separate leases. They just need to apply to the program at the same time. So separate bedrooms could have different leases, one's for 5 months or one's for 9 months, but we want them all to come into the program at the same time, so it's easier. So we want to make, because Placemate does follow-ups to make sure everyone finished out their lease term, and that doing those kind of check-ins, and so having that on a set schedule at the beginning of the lease just makes things administratively less challenging. But they are allowed to have separate leases within the home. They just need to all apply for the program and have similar move-in dates.
Okay, so not infrequently, 2 of the roommates find out they can't stand the third and persuade the third roommate to move out. Does that mean when they find someone else to come in, they all have to reapply, or how does that work?
If a tenant moves out, if a qualifying tenant moves out before the lease end, the homeowner does have the option to fill that spot again with another qualifying tenant. If there's 3 qualifying tenants in the home, they're getting the grant for 3 for a year, and say one person moves out at 6 months, the homeowner has a chance to refill that empty spot with another qualifying tenant to just kind of finish out that lease, but it would still be considered within the same program. So they still have the opportunity.
Okay. Now let's go to 5.2. You had a slide up on that, and I need to understand the mechanics of that. I think you're pointing out now that the AMI is tied to a single person household AMI. So what's the 150%?
So how we calculate it for this program is typically a lot of housing programs, it's based on household size AMI. Right. So 150% with a household of 4. We were finding with lease to locals, and specifically these rental programs, calculating it that way in the typical calculation made it more difficult for unrelated roommate households. So 4 roommates, because of how the calculation is done, is assuming a household of 4 is likely 2 parents and 2 children, or 1 parent and 3 children. And so that's why we went to the average per adult at 150. But we're finding it that with a single parent, if a single parent with 2 kids in other in other home programs, that would be based on a household size of 3, so their income would be able to be higher.
Right,
but
right.
because we're basing it just on the adult, it's only 1, and so it's not that many cases, but we have had single parents who are kind of right close to the edge, and so we wanted to make sure that we were reflecting that accurately for what we intend the program to be.
Okay, so we're adding 50% to what the AMI is for a single person household.
Yes, and they have to have proof that. They have to provide proof that they have more than 50% custody, and that they still, they have to. We have to have proof that they are that they do have custody of their children, and it is a single parent and single parent with no other adults in the household.
Okay, so the 150% is for a parent with a child.
Yes.
Okay, can you go to 5.2? Are you able to pull up that language?
Probably. Let's see.
This is why we're supposed to submit written questions in advance, right?
And Council Member Zabriskie, while she's doing that,
Yeah.
I would just say if you had any questions for Chase, maybe. No. Okay.
No, thank you for the data. That was a good presentation. I don't have any questions. Yeah, it's very clear.
I'm getting there. Hold on.
Okay, where I'm going while you're pulling that up is actually putting into the text what you just told me in the paragraph above the indented clause about 150%.
Uh-huh.
Where it says 5.2 income qualifications, where it says no more than 150% of the area median income. Can we say for a single person household, so we know we're talking about a single person household rather than a 2, 3, or 4?
Yeah, I mean, we have the area median income for a household of 1 is set by, but we can change that wording to say.
What would work is saying no more than 150% of the area median income, and then insert for a single person household, and then continue as set by HCD.
Yep, we can do that.
And then we have the special provision down below, which is just fine.
And your wording was sorry, I was trying
Yes,
to type and
sure.
think at the same time.
I know, I have the same problem. No more than 150% of the area median income, and then insert for a single person household.
Does that, I mean, we're saying here the average annual income of all adults can be no more than 150. I don't know. It just.
Yeah, it's 150% of the AMI, but we don't know which AMI we're referring to. Is it the AMI for one person? Because the numbers
okay.
changed, the values.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, we can make that clarification in there.
I appreciate that.
I mean, we're all sitting here knowing what we intend, but this
Right.
makes it easier for the person who's
Got it.
reading it to miss this meeting,
Yep.
of which there are many.
Perfect.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
No.
All right. Vice Mayor Pallavi.
I have 2 questions, and they're all for you guys, so you guys can bring them up. I also, thanks Kai, Colin, Chase for being here. Also, I don't know if anybody recognized Isaac over there looking very adulting after his Civic Sparks fellow. And thanks, Matt, for housing this whole program also under your company. So just want to make sure we got the whole team. I just have 2 quick questions. So one thing that definitely sparked mine was sort of, if you go back to your funnel, I think it was your first or second slide, and I love your new name and logo. Great job. Beautiful. We're seeing a really interesting funnel, I think. I mean, I think your conversion rates are fantastic. What I'm wondering is where you think you are in that 748. And what I mean by that is where in the community at a saturation rate, right? Between the marketing, between the outreach, between everything that we've been doing to get here to year 3 of this program, which is really awesome. How much more demand and opportunity and supply is really out there that we think we can convert?
Yeah, that's a good question, and I don't know that I have a good answer for that. Other than anecdotally, we have not seen a slowdown in interest. I mean, we still are, every day talking to homeowners who have just heard of the program, weren't aware of it, or they've been mulling it over and are now reaching out because market dynamics have shifted. It's not uncommon for a homeowner to reach out initially, and they've also got it listed for sale. And now that they haven't been able to sell it at the price they wanted, now they're coming back to us and saying, oh, we would like to rent it. So far, we have not seen much of a slowdown on the supply side. And of course, the demand side's always good. Well, there's no slowdown on the demand side.
Yeah, I wasn't considering demand. I was definitely considering supply. That definitely was not my question. Yeah, no, that's really interesting. I think that you bring that up. And that leads me to my next question, which is what's our actual total contract with Placemate? I was trying to quickly look for that, and I think we got away from dollars all of a sudden, and we're now talking about all sorts of other details. So
yeah, we're planning on bringing the contract back as a separate item. This was just an update.
Okay.
That's
okay. That's totally okay. What I'm getting at is where are we at with marketing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what percentage of the contract is going to still include additional marketing? Because I do think, the success or the continued funnel at that highest level is clearly going to be dependent on marketing. Potentially this summer we have a very nice perfect storm of people who maybe didn't like the snow. They got a little surprised. We have high interest rates. Home sales are down. It could be, a pretty good opportunity to sort of capitalize here. So I'm just wondering where we're at with like the marketing portion of the contract and sort of how that's working as we move forward.
I do not know the answer to that off the top of my head. I can pull those numbers and get back to you.
Do we have a marketing? We do have a
marketing
budget. Colin,
Sure.
Sorry. Yeah. I was just looking at both of you. I didn't mean to call him Kai.
Could be back here. Well, I think just because perspective, we built in every contract around $15,000 for marketing. We've turned it off. So we aren't spending anything on marketing right now. Moonshine ad we just put in for our rebrand was us paying for it because we just wanted to put the word out there. To Chase's point about the funnel, it's super robust. And so we're managing towards actually the budget for $500,000 of total program budget. So something to consider for council would be if we felt like we wanted to up that, we could turn on the marketing budget, could increase the overall program budget and have that discussion, at a future council meeting. But for now, we're really trying to manage towards, we don't want to have to say no to homeowners. That would be a bad thing for the program. And that was always a question mark of when does this end? One, which, it's continuing to go, which is really great to see. And secondly, do we want to try to change the program, increase the budget, add in preservation? There's lots more that could be and is being discussed monthly with my wonderful Tahoe team. Kai and I are very much involved still, but they are running the show and really excited to kind of see where this continues to go.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. And so with all of that said, then how is the actual execution of the dollars going in terms of, we're not running out of money. We're using it all. It's all going forward. Have the incentives fit the demand? And are we again, kind of walking, even go back to that funnel again. I'd say go back to the funnel, right? Like, between the 269 and the 119, what's happening there? Is it no match? Is it not enough of a grant? Where are we losing that 150 or so properties in that end of the funnel?
In between the qualified interested in total properties?
Precisely.
So it's really a sales stage. When someone is in this qualified and interested stage, that's us walking them through the details. They've expressed interest. They might not know which direction they want to go with. Okay. Do they want to do a seasonal lease, a long-term lease? Do they want to find their own tenants? Do they want us to do it? So it's not that they're being lost right there.
They're just making a decision.
Decided yet.
Right. They're making a decision.
Yeah, that's right.
And of those decision makers, I mean, do you what's the follow up? Do you get it wasn't enough to make it worth it? Like how many is that versus we just don't want a long term rent?
Yeah, it's, again, I don't have data around that, but anecdotally, it is pretty unusual for somebody to say, we've decided not to do it because the incentive isn't high enough.
Great. That's all I need to hear.
Okay.
Thank you. Can you go to, go forward one slide? No, keep going. Okay. This one is going to be my new favorite, but it moved too fast for me to do any math on my own. What I'm trying to get at is, and we don't have to do it here on the dais because it might be more math than I want, but it'd be a really cool, we need to understand this. We need to understand how much we've spent. So the $414,000, right? But we now finally have the ability to spread that out over more than 1 year. This is the first program we can now start to do this with. So at some point, and that's why we hired you, and we now have Carissa too, and you two can hopefully get together and start coming back to us with some information on what is it costing us to start, just snapshot data, right? Like, over a 3-year period, our costs are going to be higher. I would really love to start getting some lifetime data, right? Like if we get to a point where we have tenants that were housed in year 1 and are continuing to be housed through whether it's this program or because the property transitioned in year 1, they got their reward in year 2, we're now in year 3, so they're going to get cut off. But maybe those tenants are staying there. I think that's the next stage in the data that we all want, at least that I want, in order to make more informed decisions. Because theoretically, we should see that lifetime value decrease over time. And that's really what we're looking for. That's that ROI that we are trying to put towards our housing program and understand what this sort of lifetime is. So I know we don't have that data today. I'm just going to ask for it. I'm going to put it out there, and hopefully at some point in the future, we can start to have those great conversations.
Yeah, and especially going forward, we're not planning on changing the incentive amounts or doing any major changes, so that will make the data easier to compare year over year, which is kind of why we've kind of focused on this year. But we can start going back and looking at what the incentive amounts, like how that's played out over multiple years. But yeah, we're excited, and comparing to other programs, what the ROI. Yeah, this is
one of our most. This is one of our most cost-effective programs. I think just from really rough math that I've tried to do in my head. And so, I think it's really important. And I think it'll help all of us determine investments. And as you guys keep expanding communities, be able to come in and be like, wow, Truckee, year 5, look what they're getting for an ROI. So I just want to put that out there. I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Klofstad.
I think Dave more than covered my intrigue over these very same numbers. So thank you very much. That's where I wanted to get to as well. So thank you. And thanks so much for being here. We're so excited that this program continues to be so successful.
Agreed. And I really appreciate all this data. It's fascinating, and more data will be interesting and helpful as well. So thank you. With that,
Can I ask a follow-up question?
Sure.
Vice Mayor's Pallavi's questions piqued my curiosity on that table. We have average incentive per bedroom is $3,500, and the subsidy per tenant is $4,500. Is it that we have situations where there's 2 tenants in a bedroom? Do you see what I'm asking?
I don't follow you as far as the calculations.
How is the 3,500 calculated? 3,500 average incentive per bedroom.
So that's just based on the size of the unit. So when you look at the average incentive per property of 8,600, and then if you do that same math, instead of looking at it per property, per bedroom, it comes to 3,500. So it's not to say that's the incentive per person, it's the incentive per bedroom.
But the subsidy we provide is per person.
That's right.
Okay.
But
it's just sorry, go ahead, Lynn.
So there are situations where a couple might share a 1-bedroom apartment, or
right.
2 couples and a roommate. So there's that situation. There's children, and then also there are situations where 50% of the tenants need to, or 50% of the tenants must work locally. So there's some households with 2 locally employed tenants and a third that's not, but they only get the incentive. They only get the incentive amount for the 2 tenants that qualify. So the third person is not. They're not. It might be a 3-bedroom home, but they're only getting the incentive for 2 bedrooms. So that impacts the math as well.
And now I understand
Also-
why Vice Mayor Palovy said he wasn't going to go any farther with his math.
I will also add on to what Lynn said is there's also the seasonal incentive amount, right? 25% of the
Yes.
incentives are seasonal, which is significantly less at 2,000.
Right. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you bet.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. All right, with that, we will open it up to public comment. If there's any member of the public who would like to make a public comment. No, seeing none, we will close public comment. Bring it back up here. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you so much for being here. I know that you flew in and really appreciate everyone being here. And I think this is so exciting. I love seeing how you're presenting the data. I think Vice Mayor Palovy said it really well. Like, we're really excited about this program. And now that we actually are in a place where we're starting to get to have longitudinal data on it and really see what that investment looks like, I think it's tremendously exciting from sort of the quantitative data side, but the qualitative side, like the stories that you have told us over the past couple of years of housing, this family with these children. And I mean, these are people that we are keeping in our community because of the work that you're doing. And I am so grateful for everything that you're doing and that we get to be a partner in this, truly. So thank you. I am very comfortable with the guideline updates. So just wanted to express my thanks to you.
Thank you. Councilmember Zabriskie.
I agree.
Vice Mayor Palovy.
Me too.
Councilmember Klofstad.
We're 4-0 here. Well said, Councilmember Henderson. Yeah.
Yes, very much so. I agree as well. I did want to acknowledge, I really appreciate staff and placemate looking at these like minor amendments of the single parent household and how that impacts types of people that we want to stay here. And I really appreciate us being able to, again, tweak things a little bit to ensure that it's meeting the goals of our program. So I wanted to thank you for that. And then, appreciate the data. And anytime there's suggestions, I really appreciated Vice Mayor Palovy's question of 269 to 119. If we can close that delta, close that gap and get more people in and you guys see, really, if we did X or Y, that's great. And I know you meet regularly with staff, so continue to provide updates. We thank you for that. And then I thank you. My son ran into your daughter yesterday and he was so excited. So I had to add that too. So, and I support these recommended changes. So would anyone like to make a motion?
I'll move that we receive the update from town staff and placement on the Lease to Locals program and approve the recommended Lease to Locals program guidelines updates.
Second.
With
With Councilmember Zabriskie's
minor additions.
Yes.
Yeah.
Detailed addition.
Just clarifying for a single person household.
Yes. I seconded Kelly. Yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Thank you. And with that, we will take a 15-minute break and come back for our last item. Thank you.
Oh no!
Thank you, everybody. We're going to return to our council meeting and move now to item 8, our workshop item for the evening, our 5-year capital improvement project budget discussion.
Thank you. So we usually do this in a little bit of a different format. It's usually a workshop and we're all kind of huddled down in here on tables. So we're trying something different with our condensed timeline this year. There'll be a little bit of movement at this table as people come up. So a little bit of patience with that. But we do just have everything clumped into one PowerPoint presentation. And we made an attempt this year to organize them since you've adopted your priorities kind of in the fields of what priority area they primarily fall in. A lot of them cross pollinate priorities, you know that. So that's how the PowerPoint is structured and the presentation is structured. Please stop and ask questions if you want to and have a dialogue throughout. We're focused primarily on the new capital projects that we're proposing and the capital projects that are going to be under construction this year or starting. We're not really we don't plan to go into any detail on like the annual paving project other than to recognize that that's happening. If you have anything that you don't see here, now's a great time to bring that up. Like, hey, did you forget about this? Or I'd like to add this. Otherwise, this is really just guidance as to have we kind of met the mark and heard everything and remembered everything that we heard and captured it here. So with that, Dan's going to kick it off. We start with our infrastructure projects, which are primarily in engineering. There's a few outside of that. And if you want to just advance to the next slide, Dan, I'll get through these first opening ones here. We've highlighted the new capital projects, the Transit Center Relocation Phase 2, the Truckee Trails Bikeway Master Plan, which is renamed, Public Service Center Transit Facilities, the Truckee River Corridor Enhancement, and then on the next slide is a more complete list, of all those highlighted new ones. Looks like I copied a couple twice here, but Tahoe Donner Trail, the Mogul Lane, Jorger Drive, West River Street Park frontage, and the Downtown Railroad pedestrian crossing. On the next slide, we've tried to break those out even further for you so you can see what's under construction, under development, and annual and ongoing. So you know we have Phase 4A continuing, the Kraut Creek extension, West River Street streetscape that's starting next week, and the renewable diesel fueling, under development, Pioneer Trail, Bridge Street extension, Reimagine Bridge Street, West River Street site redevelopment, Truckee Railroad Mobility Hub, Jaboom Street sidewalk feasibility, and the radar speed feedback signs. And then, of course, our annual trail maintenance, parking lots, recess striping, and annual paving and draining. Now, the next slide, those highlighted in pink are new ones or ones being initiated this year. The active transportation plan, that's the Bikeways and Trails master plan. So we renamed that to be a little bit more comprehensive. And then some electric vehicle charging infrastructure, as well as the continuation of the mobility hub. And then Dan, I think the next gets into some of the details if you want to take it away.
Sure. And I'd note there's a lot of information in the slide deck. I believe you've got I know you've got a budget workshop scheduled May 18th. I think part of the hope is to, number one, we can provide you the slide deck. So between now and the budget workshop, you can look at things in a little more detail. We wanted to give you kind of a quick overview of some of the new projects and what's going on here, recognizing we in all likelihood don't have a lot of time tonight to dive too deeply into the details, but hopefully this kind of provides you information that can help us with the May 18th workshop. So this is a project we're recommending be removed. So this is the Martis Creek Lake Trail. It would be out in the Martis Valley and connect the Glenshire. It basically creates a loop down around the TTSA plant and the Tykert plant. This was a project that was new last year. We haven't performed any work on it yet. And there's some other trail projects that we believe are higher priority that we should be working on instead of this one. So that's the reason this is recommended for removal. And we'll get to those other trail projects in a minute. Oops. So Jaboom Street sidewalk feasibility study. So this is work that's ongoing, basically looking at how to get a sidewalk in along the side of Jaboom Street, leading from downtown Truckee up to the new housing and hotel properties that are near Truckee Way. So this is a project that's active, and we'll be moving into some decision-making phases over the course of the next year on what the project scope should be, and you'll be involved with that. This is a new project, so the Legacy Trail has a spur connection that ties into the Riverview Sports Park, and then you can currently navigate along the paved paths within the park to get across the park and then connect to the new trail that was constructed as a part of the Rayleigh's project a year ago. The strategy here is to create a more direct trail connection so you don't have to wind your way through the park to link up those two trail segments. And we've had some preliminary conversations with TSD, who owns the land, the rec district, who operates the park. They both appear to be favorable towards the project, and we think this is one that can be done relatively quickly. The active transportation plan update, in the past, this has been referred to as the Trails Plan. That was something that we received direction from council to pursue this next year. So that's in the project. That's in the proposed budget as a CIP. Tahoe Donner Trail Project, this is new. This is a project, and this will warrant some discussion as to what level of town involvement there should or shouldn't be. This project's not in the current Trails Plan. So as part of the Trails Plan update, we would evaluate whether to add it to the Trails Plan. This is a project that the Tahoe Donner Association has identified as part of their ongoing internal infrastructure planning. And they are potentially interested in getting this into the Trails Plan and seeing what degree of priority this project might be to the overall town trail network. So they have requested use of some TSSA funds, which you control, to help get this project off the ground, and then there may be future requests for funding to actually move into more detailed design and construction phases. So more to come on that, and there would be the trails plan process would, I think, vet whether or not this project should be a town priority and what degree of priority it should be.
Can I ask a, we're discussion now, right? We're not waiting for anything in particular. Okay, just quickly, why would we be removing and adding multiple trail projects when at the same time we're talking about updating the active transportation plan? Look at that, really quick shift. But why are we sort of like taking these steps and before we actually have any information back, right? I think some of the questions we've been talking about asking will clearly inform these decisions. So I'm a bit hesitant to be smacking off a $10.8 million project, axing one we just added last year. These are pretty big things. Mm-hmm. Give me some more insight as to why we should do this now and not wait 6 months.
So we don't have to. The Tahoe Honor Association is interested in taking the lead on this project. Mm-hmm. So one of the constraints on our capital project development is internal capacity to manage and move these projects along. This is one that the Tahoe Honor Association believes they have some capacity to advance if it's a project that we see merit in helping them fund. So that's where this came from.
Mm-hmm. And are they looking, I mean, that's a huge number, right?
So, most of it being unfunded.
Yeah. Okay, I mean, I'm being really clear, but so basically this is just a capacity issue. This is very simply, we don't have capacity to do the 2 other paved trails that you presented to us, the one from Pioneer to Trout, and then the one you started with. We don't necessarily have capacity in-house to do that work in the next year or 2. This one enters in because, very simply, Tahoe Donner says, we'll get it started. If it makes it into the plan, great. If it doesn't, no skin off of our back internally.
Right.
Is that where we're at?
Right.
Okay.
Other than if we choose to invest some TSSA $1,
sure,
which are eligible for trail facilities in Tahoe Donner.
Yep.
That would be our initial investment.
Have they asked for that as a match on the initial scoping of this?
They have.
They have asked to use TSSA dollars.
Yes.
They're really providing the human resources. We're providing the dollar resources.
Right.
Is that kind of what this is looking
so
like?
So just to clarify, that you see 750,000 in TSSA 1. That's 250,000 over 3 years. So starting in 23, 24 is what we would be using to fund starting that project.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yep. Electric vehicle charging infrastructure master plan. So this is new. There's been a lot of what I would say kind of one-off ideas about electrical vehicle charging. It's like, hey, we should put some downtown in this parking lot at this location, and we should put some in the back of town hall. We should put some at the courtyard. There's, in our opinion, some benefit to taking a moment, think about what we're trying to do with the fleet. Are we looking at electric vehicle charging for town fleet assets? Are we looking to become electric? Are we looking to be in the commercial market, right? We own parking lots in downtown Truckee. Do we want to put in charging stations down there where we're the recipients of the funds that people pay for charging? There's a lot of different business models and a lot of different roles we as the town could participate in as it relates to EV charging. We think it warrants some planning, and then on the strategy side of it, and then moving into subsequent design phases and construction. That's what this project is. Public art master plan implementation. So you've got a public art committee. They've been doing a lot of work, meeting routinely. We've got a couple of projects that should be coming online this summer. After that, there would not be any funding for public art in our current budget. We're suggesting a couple more years worth of funding to be able to implement another public art project summer 2024 and then another one 2025. I think for public art really to stand the long-term test of time, there's going to need to be some funding strategy, potentially other than the general fund, to develop that. But this is recommending at least a couple more years of projects in the public art arena. Vegetation management project, the idea here would be to pursue grant funding for vegetation work in future years. Speculative based on grant funding, we could always use our own road maintenance dollars to fund this. We've had some success with grants in the past, so the strategy is to continue with that. Rail Yard Mobility Hub Phase 1, so this is previously referred to as the transit center relocation. Bit of a misnomer because the existing depot is going to stay there. It's going to continue to serve a public transportation function, and then it would be added to with this new mobility hub. So goal is to put the first phase of this project into construction this year and then pursue grant funding for future phases, which could include some additional parking as well as a building down there. And this is...
Can you go, oh, sorry, back to that picture really quick?
Yep.
Are we talking about that parking lot in the balloon track too, or no, that's just an old picture?
So we acquired the land to build that.
Yeah.
It's not a part of the first phase construction because we didn't have the funding.
I'm talking about the one along the railroad tracks, not the part that's attached. I'm talking about one on the south side of the property.
This
in
one?
The balloon track. Yeah.
That's an existing parking lot.
Right now?
Yep.
All the way over to there?
Yep. That was built as part of the rail yard infrastructure. And it's envisioned that the bulk of that parking would serve the development on the south side of the balloon track. Mobility Hub Phase 2, this would be the building on the Phase 1 project, which is primarily site work, as well as the adjacent parking lot. Public Service Center Transit Facility Expansion. This is a long-term facilities project that we're recommending be added and that we start working on it. If we expand our public transportation offerings as we're currently working towards, there's a back-of-house need for that infrastructure, a place basically to keep it. We've got, if we triple or quadruple our transit fleet, we need parking spots for it. We need places to charge it overnight, et cetera. So this is a project that Alfred and I are recommending be added. The goal with this project would be to pursue federal transit and state transit capital funding sources to ultimately build this. The idea is to spend some general fund money on it starting this year to get the project off the ground and hopefully develop some momentum with it. Microtransit pilot project.
Just a quick question. Is that cited? Do you have a location for that?
That's what we would be doing with this first round of work, is looking at the existing public service center site and looking at the most appropriate location for a transit dedicated component to that site. Currently, the transit vehicles are intermixing with the road maintenance and fleet maintenance operations. As that fleet grows, that is going to be less desirable. And if we can use that same area, but a different portion of the site where the transit vehicles can have a minor amount of separation from all the road maintenance activity, there'd be some benefit to that.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
And the $4.4 million grant we received, would any of that go towards this, or is that all on the mobility hub? Or
for the most part, no. The bulk of that grant would be to purchase electric vehicles. And then an additional component of it would be to install electric vehicle charging infrastructure. So whether or not some of that electric vehicle charging infrastructure could be incorporated into a project like this, we would want to evaluate that. So, but the idea with some of the electric vehicle charging infrastructure was to go to the mobility hub, so that as the transit vehicles of the future that are electric are cycling and on layover, they can grab some charge while they're on layover at the mobility hub. So, okay, microtransit pilot project, we've discussed that significantly. The partnership funding requests are out there. I don't know if we're going to have answers from some of the folks we've inquired with by your budget meeting or not, but we're getting the question asked. Truckee River Corridor Enhancement. So this is a new project, I believe, to implement, to begin working on some of the industrial relocation on West River Street. And I believe Jen's taking the lead on this one.
Yeah, just to add a little bit more. I mean, we've talked about relocation off of West River quite a bit, so we added the CIP in here. We do intend to hire a project consultant to help develop what that vision would look like with a working group. So that'll kick off, hopefully pretty soon. And it would be developing the vision for West River Street as well as the receiver site once that's identified. So that's what's encompassed in the 250, which is 150 for the upcoming fiscal year. And then we've placed some placeholders in here that are unfunded, recognizing that we likely have to have some funds for land acquisition and where that receiver site may go, as well as some incentive program yet to be defined and hopefully developed with the working group. So those are really placeholders, knowing that that's part of the conversation we'd be having in this next fiscal year.
And with that, I will vacate the chair.
Thanks, Dan. So for planning CIPs, we don't really have that many because we're going to continue to work on development code amendments, assuming we get the general plan adopted in the next year. This is sort of a summary sheet of what we're looking at. So starting a few new CIPs with fiscal year 23-24, adding a few new ones, our ongoing wood stove replacement, and then I'll get into some more of the specifics. So one that we have as a current CIP is for the MacGyver Dairy site, and you all probably remember when Nick Martin was working on this way back that it started out as an issue with the sled hill, which then sort of evolved into some site planning work that we had paid for, and then created a CIP for it, although unfunded. And when council was talking about priorities, MacGyver just wasn't sort of one of those priorities, I think in part because the sledding's not become as much of an issue in the last few years, partly because of the snow, but also because people have generally been pretty respectful of the fencing and relocating to the other side of the dairy buildings themselves. So our proposal is to remove this for now. We can always add it back in at some point in the future, but I think because it's not funded and doesn't seem to be as high of a priority as some of the other things that council wants to work on, we've suggesting that we take that one out. A new one for working on the Hilltop Master Plan, and this was just an idea that we had based on conversations with some prospective developers that have been interested in the property, and also talking with the current property owners that it's just failed to launch. And so it really would be an opportunity for us to go back in and dissect the why behind it and figure out what we could amend in the plan to really move it forward. Really just to hire a consultant to help with those efforts. So we are proposing that. A necessary housing element update, and we talked about this a little bit with the general plan update itself, that we need to plan for our next update, which will span from 2027 to 2035. And I know that sounds really far out, but HCD has been taking a long time to do their reviews, and unfortunately, the RENA allocations don't come to us timely fashion, and so we're trying to just give ourselves as much time as we can to make sure that we're ready and that we will have it adopted, because there's some pretty stiff penalties now in state law that if you don't have an adopted housing element, developers really can take advantage of that and do whatever zoning they want and things that are just very eye-opening. So we want to stay on top of that, and this would also cover consultant services. It's likely we would probably use Ascent again for this just because they're so familiar, and that would help us save extra money in trying to get someone else up to speed. And they did a really good job with our last housing element. General plan implementation. So this is a new concept that we have to, again, bring in sort of staff support if we need it, and could be for any variety of our implementation actions that we have in the general plan, from working on the density bonus program to kind of working with other departments on the West River site study, just a variety of things. And so it's helpful for us to just have that as a placeholder. Also, in the event that we aren't successful in hiring a senior planner. So it's a bit of a buffer for us that we don't want to fall behind, and we know that there's a lot of work to do. So it does give us the ability to keep up with council priorities.
Danielle, can I ask a quick question if you go? So I just, so it says the projects could include, the housing density bonus program, but West River, why would, if we already have funding set aside in another?
There's a general plan action item that's specific to the land use portion of the West River area. So it would match up with the physical work and some of the stuff that like Chris is doing and other things. So that's just an example of an action I pulled out, but it is more specific to the land use side.
Okay, thank you.
And those are just examples. I mean, we have 300 whatever action items that we could work on. This was a very recent one that we added for the Tahoe Forest Hospital Master Plan. And this is pretty unique, but we think could be pretty successful in essentially creating a CIP so that we can partner with the hospital in hiring a consultant that sort of works for both the hospital and the town. And I've already reached out to MIG, who did Innovate Gateway. They're interested. They have expertise in working in this part of the community. They've already done outreach. They're very familiar. They've also worked with similar types of projects where, whether it's a city and a developer or another jurisdiction or, kind of a variety of situations. They had an example of one where actually it was St. Mary's College and the city of Moraga. So just sort of looking at different perspectives and being able to kind of come together to have conversations. So I put a little footnote here, though, that this is just sort of a concept for cost because we're still talking with MIG and the hospital both, but we wanted to include this as a placeholder for a new CIP.
That kind of
questions on that.
Yeah.
There was a little bit of like, that was my last slide. So if you do have questions about that.
I'll ask a question. It's designated for fiscal year 25-26, but it sounds like you're working through this sooner than that.
We are, yeah. We could change that. I mean, that's just sort of a hypothetical number. I think I might have had it out actually starting in 23, 24.
It might just be on the screen. I'm trying to pull up this page right now.
Are you saying? I guess you're saying 45,000 of our staff time.
These are really
it's
just
estimate, but what you're basically telling us is you're looking at $40,000 for a consultant in addition
to staff time.
Yeah. We generally don't put staff time in CIPs. So
no, and this was just to kind of show that there's sort of two costs here, in part because a master plan would normally be paid for by an applicant who submits that, but that's also sort of whoever the project planner is, and so often like my time or Jenna's time isn't covered, and so we just wanted to recognize that there is a cost associated with doing something like this, that because this is unusual.
And I just want to be really clear. I like your asterisk. I think that is very important, and we will have an opportunity to shape that scope of work, not just from the built environment, and this is what I want to make sure is incumbent before we approve. Even, I almost wonder if this is what everybody was getting to in the original meeting was, do we need to get in a room first and say, here are the questions we want to ask the community, right? Like, here's what our interests are. We understand what your interests are. And then we can say, here's what a process looks like to get there. And so I'm only willing to sign off on this if we are aligned on that sort of strategy. Because if we're just going to head into a room and duke it out with a consultant in the middle, we need to have a firm scope of work between the hospital and the town of the items to be deliberated and discussed in this process.
So maybe let me add on a little bit. I mean, we've talked about this at council. We heard this a couple weeks ago in the general plan discussions. I mean, we all recognize that clearly something has gone awry in that relationship. And so we've been trying to brainstorm how to move forward. And that's what we're focused on. And so we've already have them as a action item in our work plan. This aligns with that action item. And Danielle had the thought, since we are having communication challenges at the moment, that maybe a third party could come in and help facilitate that conversation and help move forward, which is what we all want to do. So that's what this is for. And then the reason staff time is in here, which is a bit unique, there is a lot of higher level staff time that will be spent on this and has already been spent on this. So we thought it was important to show that and capture that. And that's in addition to, there were fairly regular monthly meetings for a couple years, from about 2019 to 2020, of staff working with the hospital on their master plan that we didn't charge staff time for. So we're just trying to be a little bit more representative of all the effort that's going in there to maybe really highlight and daylight that we do take this as a priority and we are trying to move this forward.
Yeah, I mean, I would think of the, assuming that this works and MIG is selected, they basically are a facilitator. So, and like I said, they have numerous examples of working in similar situations where, communication, messaging, the outreach strategy, like all of that is put together as a package by both sides in agreement so that it really is that balance kind of between perspectives.
We have had one meeting, I should mention, with the hospital staff since the general plan meeting on the 13th. Councilmember Zabriskie attended that meeting on behalf of the council with staff. And we did suggest this as an option, and they seemed receptive to the idea. So that's when Danielle reached out. Once we have a scope of work from them, we'd share that with the hospital and give them a chance to talk to MIG as well and make sure they're comfortable with them. It would certainly have to be something both sides agree to the facilitator.
Want to key in on one phrase that Danielle said, and it was about the public process. And so I just want to make sure that part of this scope is intended to include a community discussion and that they would be the facilitators of that, kind of like we had Ascent facilitating ours. Okay.
Yes.
That is really an important aspect of, if that's the case, I think this CIP is a really good investment, not just in rebuilding that partnership, but also making sure our community has the opportunity to participate in that, and not just the Truckee community, the region.
And the sense I'm getting is it should first come to council. At some point, there should be an update on what's occurring in these meetings with the hospital. So we're not quite in as much of a vacuum in terms of information and where we want to go, in terms of how and when we have more public meetings. I'm just throwing that out.
You'll be reporting out at council reports how the discussion went?
No, I'm just saying I appreciate what both of you are saying. I don't think we've just barely begun in the conversation with the hospital. Given what you've said, I think we need public outreach, but I think we need to come to the council first for the council to provide more specific direction.
Yeah, and I think that's the intention here, that it's pending council approval and consultant scoping. Yeah.
Next.
So if there are any more questions, I think, Dev, are you taking the lead for the PD? Okay.
Yeah, while Dev's getting her position there, we'll go ahead and cover the new topics, which in the police and emergency preparedness side of things, we've got the roadway vegetation management, and then also the new one is the police department radio equipment.
I think your mic's off.
The lights
Test.
are broken.
Okay. I'll speak louder then. The police department radio equipment and infrastructure is a new one, and that's something that needs to be updated and upgraded. CAD RMS, which is our report system, and computer-aided dispatch, emergency evacuation planning, and the parking district. So that'll go ahead and turn it over to Dev.
Good evening. So this police department communication and safety equipment CIP is ongoing. We've had this. This is not new for you guys to see. This next fiscal year, though, we are due for half of our MDTs to be replaced in our units and our vehicles. So we do split that between 2 fiscal years. So we'll get about 6 done this year and 5 the following fiscal year. This also encompasses our smart communication for our department, which is our tablets, laptops, cell phones. So that's in here. We also have our Axon body cameras come out of here. That is a yearly expense that we pay. So that's out of here. And then this year we're adding tasers to it, and that will be on a 5-year payment plan, and that will get us up to industry standards. There's going to be new safety features on those. So we're excited to get going on that. As Chief mentioned, this has been in, I think this might be the 3rd fiscal year that we've had our records management system in here. This really needs to be done across the county with all 4 agencies because we do share a dispatch center. So being on the same record management system is huge for us, for our communication to talk back and forth. So we're really hoping that we feel we've made more strides with getting more support from the county to do this. I'm hoping this is the year. So that's the $400,000 that you see there. That would be our percentage of it, our portion of it. And then the following fiscal year, we just added some unforeseen costs in case there's anything that comes up with that.
And Dev, that's still incumbent on convincing the other 3 jurisdictions that they have, like, we're just waiting for the same thing, right? Like,
yes.
We're ready to go. We're continue to be budgeted. We just continue to wait for everybody else to get on board. Where are we at with that? Do we have like 2 out of 4, 3 out of 4, or is it just us still?
I think we have about 3 out of 4.
3 out of 4.
I would say we have 3 out of 4.
Oh, good. All right. We're making progress.
Yeah.
Nice. Cool. Thank you.
And then the next CIP is our emergency operations plan. This was new last year, so we're wrapping up the annexes for our emergency operations plan this fiscal year. You see that we're budgeted out and not until, again, fiscal year 27-28. That's another $100,000 to revise and just edit our plan. That should be done every 5 years. I also want to point out that the county received funding to do or they have grant money to do the local hazard mitigation plan. And so with that, we'll be included within that plan. So we don't have to use any of our funding for that. And that's done about every 5 years as well. The police department radio equipment infrastructure, this is a new CIP this year. However, this will be funded through grant money. So we'll have our COPS grant money in there, and then we'll also have we have up to $550,000 of grant money that we're anticipating receiving. This is directed by Representative Kiley. So this will be great because the radio infrastructure obviously is very critical to our department, and it's going to be a huge tool for everyone, just for officer safety and just having the best industry standards again and getting us back up to bar with that.
So we have not in the past had an opportunity to apply for quote unquote earmarked money under Representative McClintock. He didn't support that effort. But Representative Kiley does, so they did reach out, and this is what we submitted for, and we've been told we're advanced to the next level. So that's not a guarantee at this point, but it looks good for that. So we just wanted to acknowledge and thank the representative's office and his team for reaching out and giving us that opportunity.
And then we have our parking district. This is also an ongoing CIP that you guys have seen year over year. In here, I'll be working with Alfred next fiscal year with the parking district. So one of our priorities will be to get a new citation management system. We would like to get that out to RFP to review and then also implement next fiscal year. So that's one of our major priorities. And then also within this fund is there's money set aside funded by the Parking Enterprise Fund for any new meters that might be needed with the revision of West River and the rail yard. We just want to make sure we have the sufficient amount of meters for the area. And then also we wanted to take a look at mobile license plate readers for the cars, and this would just help with efficiency with enforcement because we do have limited staff. Oh, I'll go backwards. Any questions?
So I'm going to switch seats with Deb and play some music.
Could you just briefly describe how the mobile license plate readers would work? This is something different than from the flock.
Same idea as far as it's just looking at the license plate, but as far as enforcement with parking, our parking technician would be able to drive through an area and it would pick up on all the plates and then it would pull up on a screen for her to let her know. It'd be color coded, like they have time still on their card or they're getting closer to their time expiring or they haven't paid at all for a ticket. And it just allows for quicker enforcement.
Thank you very much.
Don't forget to account for our very unscientific employee parking passes in that program, because
Yes, I'm hoping with the new citation management system, I've relayed that to Alfred, that I think having a new permit system and kind of revamping that would be very
fantastic.
needed.
Yeah, definitely. And I was booing because currently there is very little enforcement in our parking district, for those of you council members who don't know.
Our staff was just cleared for full back to duty,
Oh,
so
no.
there will be a lot more presence down there.
That's not good.
Okay, so I'm going to cover the rest of these slides here where we get into housing and our environmental sustainability and our communications CIPs, but Carissa and Lynn are here, Aaron as well, so if you have questions and want some more details, they can pop up. The first is the THAP program. This program's, we think, been really successful given when it launched and going into winter. We've had 2 homes closed. We have another, 10 applications approved and 14 received 14 buyer applications. So a lot of participation with our workshops. So we have tried to, I'm hoping that you can see that okay. And we gave a little bit more of an expanded view on some of these programs so you can understand year over year what we're thinking. This is broken out by households, businesses, and developers. So we're looking at about $1.25 million for 23-24 and right around there in the out years. We kind of have to guesstimate what we think the allocation would be between those. We do have a developer who has indicated that they are interested in using this program for their potential new development. They haven't gotten back to us yet on the number of units they were thinking. So if we get that information before May 18th, we'll update this. But for right now, we just guessed since we didn't have a lot of detail. Our long-term rental preservation pilot program, this is a new program. We've talked about it before, but we're going to hope to get that launched this year. And you heard PlaceMate reference this as well. And this is the idea of offering an incentive to those property owners that are long-term renting to deed restrict it potentially for some, unknown number of years at this point, but 5-10 years, whatever, wherever we land on that and come back with a recommendation. And it's really helping to get to that preservation of that unit for a long-term rental.
Hey, Jen, just really quickly, the THAP program, we're really going to spend 1.2 in this fiscal?
We think so.
Wow. Okay,
We're coming into spring, so
Yeah.
we're seeing a little bit more activity happen, and that's our target. We're hoping to.
If we're gonna spend it all, great. I was thinking there'd be a lot more carryover, I guess, into 23, 24. But if we spend it, spend it. That's awesome. Thank you.
Our accessory dwelling unit program, we've talked about this a little bit, and we've heard council wondering how many applications we've really had and how successful this has been. We're really planning to work through the grants that we have that are funding this program, and then transition to an ADU development incentive program, which is at the bottom. It's funded at $60,000 as we develop what that program would look like, and how we can further incentivize those programs. But this is something we've talked about quite a bit. So if you don't have any questions on that, lease to locals. This is PlaceMate. So Vice Mayor, this might answer a couple of your budget questions. We're looking to close the year just over $500,000, and then staff had talked to PlaceMate staff quite a bit about what that saturation rate is and when we expect that to level off and start to go down. They aren't expecting that for this next year, as you heard them say, and then kind of a slow decline after that of available properties. So that's what we're estimating at this point. Our housing partnership program, this is Pacific Crest at the CHP site that you've already approved this funding, but it hasn't been dispersed yet. So it would be carried forward into 23-24. Our community housing commitments, this is our JPA membership dues. We did reach out to Mountain Housing Council. They don't have a funding request at this time. They're kind of taking a step back and regrouping, so we haven't included anything in the draft at this point. Housing development on town land. So this encompasses a number of items. This is where we were looking at the concept of acquiring land ourselves and perhaps bringing a project through the entitlement phase. We do have the high altitude fitness site, and that is projected to start this summer with that process. David Tierman is actually going to be serving as an intern for us and working on that. So we're incredibly lucky to have him reach out and have need to do an internship and for us to have a project that fits. So I think that will really help us define what this looks like going forward and if that's successful or not. And then in the meantime, if we happen to have a large interest in THAP or something, we could come and revisit this funding allocation and reappropriate it if we needed to.
Did you have a question?
Does this overlap at all with investigating housing or surplus land with other agencies?
If you're meaning for the purpose of a receiver site for the industrial?
I was actually thinking of there's an item in the general plan update policy to find housing on other
public agency land.
Other public, actually, I think it's directed at the PUD and maybe the school district.
The school district has land that they've offered or in a conversation with the JPA about housing on their property.
Mm-hmm.
That wouldn't require us to have a role from this CIP project in terms of acquisition.
Right. Okay, so this is just talking about town land.
Or future potential acquisition of a property.
Okay, thank you.
My question was just that the 200,000 that we had budgeted for 22-23 that has gone unspent at this point, and we'll be continuing that work to 23-24.
Correct. They're depending on when Mr. Tierman can start his internship, there may be a little bit expended in there, but
basically we haven't really started.
We have not.
Just being clear.
Yep,
Thank you.
We've not. And then wanted to point out too that we have about $1 million in there for sustainable building incentives, that if we were to go down this route, we would incorporate that into the design.
Where's that come? Oh, that's an expenditure.
Yep, it was the ARPA money.
Oh, got it. Okay. Thank you.
And so now moving into our environmental sustainability initiatives, we have a number of them. These are a little bit more packed together, if you will, instead of individual CIP projects. The first one is what we call the greenhouse gas emissions reduction. We have added a larger amount for our building decarbonization roadmap. So it's actually new. We're starting it this year, and we'll finish it up in 23, 24. And then once we have that data, it will better inform other potential CIP projects or work that we're going to do. So we're at the preliminary stage of that. And then also the housing retrofit pilot program of $200,000, and we have that going out through the 5 years of the CIP, where we can offer incentives for retrofitting. You'll see the REACH code discussion. We do think that we will get the local analysis by the end of this fiscal year, but then we still need to move into that community conversation and bring back recommendations. So that's been adjusted to spread that over the remainder of this year and the 23-24 fiscal year. Our climate partnerships, this is another pretty large CIP, and some of this is placeholders to a certain degree. We have our CTA membership in here. We don't have any defined programs at this point from CTA, so we'd come back to council if there was any new programs that came out of that there was a funding request for. Our green business certification program, sustainable tourism efforts, and then our Donner Lake stewardship. We have about $20,000 in the stewardship fund. The DIPS is getting more active, and there's a long task list in there. So as projects come up that we can help collaborate with, we'd have a funding source for that. And then the biomass feasibility study is still underway, so we've programmed the rest of that cost out. We don't have anything further programmed out in the CIP until we get the results of that feasibility study and come back to council with a discussion item.
Do you know when that'll be?
We're still working on site options. So Drew, our GIS analyst, has taken over as project lead. He just met with David, our consultant, and Rob at the airport to identify a couple of potential other sites that might be better suited. So it's still a few. What?
So when?
Perhaps I would say late summer, August.
Thank you.
Then we kind of have to start the actual CIP if we decide we're going to move forward with it. Yeah.
Right.
Given the cost and the timeline.
Right. It's so undefined at this point, we wouldn't know what to really put in there. But we could certainly come back with a new CIP and a new budget once we have more of a project in mind. Single-use food oil reduction. So this is something you've been working on a lot lately. This is to finish out the implementation of your single-use food oil reduction ordinance, as well as the single-use plastic water bottle ban that you'll be considering very soon, end of May. So that'll be coming back, and then we'll have an implementation plan for that. So those are both incorporated in that CIP. And then our energy efficiency initiatives. This is an ongoing project we have for town facilities and energy efficiency upgrades for those. We're getting a lot of information out on N0, our new energy dashboard. And as we continue to gather that information, it'll better inform what those projects will be in the next fiscal year and the fiscal years out. So those are our sustainability CIPs at a pretty high level. Are there any more questions? Okay, we have 3 CIPs in the budget for communications and community cohesion. The first, and I really want to highlight this, is our branding project. I think we've talked about this a little bit, and it's been in the budget, but we are proposing, we've done an RFP, we have interviewed proposers and consultants to look at our town brand and refresh that. So this includes not only the consultant support and the process for that, but as well as collateral, because there's a lot of materials that would transition over with the development of a new brand. So we've tried to estimate some of those costs as well. that aligns and why we have these in here together nicely with the website project. We are projecting and hoping for the end of the calendar year to have our new website up and running, and we'd hope to launch a new brand with that website so that, you know, the colors are aligned and everything is launched at the same time. And then our DEI action plan, this is a new element that Erica's working on. We'd be bringing in consultant support to really help outline what our DEI programs are going to look like and how we're going to move that initiative forward in the most meaningful way. So that was a very quick, high-level overview of our draft CIP projects, again, focusing on really the new ones and the ones that will be under construction or underway this year, or 23-24. So questions? Everybody's here to weigh in.
So we will get this slide deck to
Yeah,
look
we
over.
can email it out to you.
Great.
I just have a few observations looking through all these different items, and I know different people have different favorites on here. What I don't see that might be worth discussing at some point is finding our park and ride lot to reduce that ski traffic, which involves interacting with the ski resort some more. And then the land for a homeless shelter, which I know is county's the lead, but we're the ones affected by it. And then given the discussion we had on the West River Park, the town's West River Park, and then other sites in town, I think we need to be thinking more seriously about public restrooms, working with the chamber on that. And those are three items that I think of as being of higher importance than some of the items I saw in this plan. So I'm just throwing that out there. Obviously, we're going to have time to discuss all these, and I just haven't had an opportunity to share them with my fellow council members until now. That's all.
So I think it's important to point out a couple of things. Everything you see here right now, we have, with the exception of the land acquisition for the relocation off of West River, that's an unfunded $1 million. But everything else right now is funded. So unless we come up with something while we're still working through budget that we find, at this point everything's funded. So you're not going to be asked to make choices with these capital projects. You'll note the library isn't in here. You can have a separate conversation on that as we come back with polling results and understanding the plan that the Friends of the Library have laid out in terms of next steps. So that'll be coming forward as a separate conversation. And then in terms of Councilmember Zabriskie, your three items, that would be direction from the council if you wanted adjustments in here.
Yeah.
And the other thing not included in here, Councilmember Klostad, we talked a little bit about this with the general plan, is the groundwater testing. So
It up and our mitigation measures for the fireworks. I don't know where that lands and funding and who's working on it, but I know both of those take both money and staff time.
yes, I think we put fireworks in and then we took it out as a capital project. But good point, we can add that back in, especially if it's helpful from a transparency perspective.
That would be helpful to the fireworks discussion, and then of course the biological and water resource mapping. I think that too, our community has voiced their opinion that they want to see that happening as well expeditiously. So those would be my two additions.
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to jump in and just say maybe close up questions because we do want to open it up to public comment. So if we're starting to get into, I think this is great, but maybe pause here, open it up to public comment first, and then come back. All right, so at this time, we will open it up to public comment. There was anyone here? Seeing none, we will close public comment. All right, back to you, Councilmember Klofstad. Sorry.
That was pretty much so it. I'm assuming when we get the budget document, we'll get more details of some of the funding in isolation. In particular, of course, I'm interested in the different ways we're going to spend some of the decarbonization funding. Yeah, these details that I'm looking forward to spending a little more time with.
Yeah, so like the decarbonization roadmap, once we complete that, then we will be able to better inform like the retrofit pilot program. So we might not have a lot more detail for the May 18th meeting, but certainly when the results of that come back and the program is developed, much like the STRs or lease to locals program.
That's how I was interpreting the REACH codes, some similar type of things, right?
Yeah.
Like you're really putting in, I think these are actually somewhat different, but like REACH codes, that row is the actual development of said REACH codes. It has zero to do with whatever we decide to do on an implementation standpoint.
Correct.
But on the opposite end of that, the housing retrofit pilot program, that's actually dollars for a program,
Yes.
like for implementation. So I think maybe to your comment, and I think something that might help me as well is maybe just pull out like what's policy or project based versus what's actual like implementation based. That would help me understand the difference in how much, how we're breaking all of that down. I think it's fine also in here, but maybe in some text or something like that, you just call out like project, right? Or something like that to give us a better idea of the money that's actually going to hit the ground versus the money that's going to go into a study.
We can do that.
Yeah.
And I didn't mention, and I do want to note that we have added the climate action plan revisit here. That's the first line item. You had directed that be 4 years out, so we have $100,000 just as a placeholder. It doesn't get lost in the mix of doing work in 4 years. So,
do we not consider the chamber and all of that? That's not a CIP, like chamber contracts and stuff like that?
No, that's in our operating budget.
That's just operating. Okay.
Any other thoughts, Vice Mayor Paladin?
Not really, other than to maybe acknowledge Councilmember Zabrisky's additions and as they might be fabulous bike rack options for a work plan rather than for a budget discussion at this point, because I mean that's the first time I've heard you even say we're looking for land to house our unhoused. I don't know that I've heard that one before, so I think before we maybe take those steps to budget, let's get them into a work plan. Let's understand what that even looks like. And I would suggest bike racking them because we've sort of already gone through that whole process. And then as we move those things forward, I'm not disagreeing with you on any of them. I think they're all important, but I don't feel like we've vetted any of that as priorities yet.
Right. And and so I'm saying we need to. That's where I am right now.
Councilmember Zabriskie, any other thoughts?
No, I like the idea of distinguishing between what's a planning item and what's an implementation item, if it's not obvious, otherwise obvious.
Thank
so
you.
it's whatever synonym we find for planning, investigating, besides encouraging
PI.
or PI. Yeah, you'll figure it out.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson?
I agree with bike racking some of these additional items. I do think that Councilmember Klofstad's comment about, should we have a CIP that specifically calls out the mapping, because we've had a lot of community conversations around that. I do think for transparency that could be beneficial. I'd love your perspective on that, Jen, if you want to provide that. But otherwise, pretty comfortable with what you have proposed and look forward to getting all the numbers in detail.
Can we talk about the timing for that, what your thoughts are? Because it's not in the current work plan, so we could bring it back as an adjustment and figure out where it fits and what gets moved. Or if it's beyond the 2-year work plan and is just in like a 3-year CIP, we can do that without any adjustments.
isn't that going to take a partnership with the PUD? Like from a water resources perspective, that's going to take some sort of coordination with the PUD. I mean, from a biological resources, yes, we do a lot more of that in house, but I think some of it
Be
nice.
yes, by both the PUD and perhaps North Star Community Services District, but not. I don't see that as a requirement to do it. We've already committed to doing it in our.
Yeah,
Well,
no, I agree.
in our
I agree that we've
general
committed.
plan.
I agree that we've committed to doing it. I'm just trying to understand if, does it end up in 2 years, or do we want a little bit of time to work with the PUD to identify what it might look like better? If it was going to be in here, I'm comfortable doing like a 25, 26, 26, 27. I don't know how you guys are looking at that, but
One of the things I've been navigating with our partners at Mountain Area Preservation is the sequencing of the biological resources and the ground source and surface water mapping, and how that really needs to happen before we could finalize our open space master plan and our transfer development rights. So to me, that's a pretty critical. We need to get that one going quickly. It's also a seasonal thing. We can't really do that in the winter. So I see that as something that does really need to start this year. That's my personal opinion.
And can I just add to that? And I was going to include this in my council reports, but I had a really nice conversation with Sophia Heydrich and Steph Olivieri related to, and we talked about this specifically. And they're actually related to mapping of open space, natural resources, wildlife resources, et cetera. They're going to, they just have some, I think, additional language to provide some more specificity of what we mean when we say all of these different assets. And I think they have some thoughts about the time frame too. They understand it's not in the current work plan, but an expectation that, and our commitment that we would put it in the next work plan. So anyways, just wanted to add that in.
Well, then to me that says maybe 24, 25 or something, whatever it is, but I'm comfortable with that, or however you guys want to work that in. I'm not opposed to it. I just think we should have some partners on it. I don't think it should be solely our responsibility to be doing that when we don't govern any groundwater. So,
based on my experience, this could be a real rabbit hole. I think a lot depends on the details.
So I'm hearing CIP in an out year, not this upcoming fiscal year, potentially? Or this may warrant more conversation.
I would like to see the RFP developed and put out, and the partnership conversations happen this year. So to me, those are task items for this year that we need to consider, and then probably the actual mapping and investigation happens the summer of 2024, because I don't think you can get the RFP and the contracting and the partnerships to the table for this summer's mapping. But if we don't start that process in this year, we won't get it next year either.
So I think what I heard Jen say maybe was this might be something when our work plan comes back to us to discuss, and if it's something we need to move around and bump something else out.
Yeah, so
okay.
We'll have the budget meeting on the 18th, and we'll put something in there and then be working on the work plan in the background, which you'll probably see on the 23rd of May.
Great. Okay.
Great. Thank you.
You guys are doing a lot in a short time frame. Councilmember Henderson, did you have any other thoughts? Okay. I appreciate, the conversation. Councilmember Zabriskie, I think bathrooms, also park and ride, I can see that also somewhat fitting into our active transportation plan. Not totally, but so, I mean, I'm okay with having this be a bike rack item or whatnot, but I could see maybe it's part of some of these other pieces.
Yeah. For me, it's paying attention to what we're hearing people wanting. Mm-hmm. So when you say put it in the bike rack or something, I can shrug my shoulders because it's not so much what I want It's what I'm hearing the community wants. And so that's why I'm raising it, so we can be sensitive. And if my fellow council members are hearing different things, that'll be part of our discussion.
And, I would just add, I know Dan and Alfred are involved in the TMA where a lot of conversations around park and ride and some of those aspects are happening. So I think I'm agreeing with you that I'm hearing that too, and knowing that staff is paying attention and working on it. And
yeah. And it's been, what, a 20-year issue? Longer, yeah.
Only other question that I think, and Dan, I'm just assuming Dan showed us sort of like funding priorities really for the coming fiscal 1 to 2 years when we didn't have 100 pages of CIP obviously presented to us. With this sort of how we've sort of been like, okay, let's move that one up or the Northwoods roundabout down or whatever. We'll have a chance to deal with that later as we look out on the 3, 4, 5 year horizon. Is that just kind of where we were starting with tonight, was like, here's what's funded and here's what's in front of us right now?
Right. So we were trying to condense this into like a 2-hour conversation, and you usually have about 4 where you go through every CIP page.
Yeah.
So on the 18th, it would be really helpful if you've gone through those and have if you could identify like, I think Northwoods needs to move, and come with that information. That would be helpful.
So you want us to read your budget before that meeting?
We would love for you to read our budget before the meeting.
At the same day, you're going to give us a staff report for the May 23rd meeting, though, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Good. No homework. Yeah. Got it.
We don't really need to sleep.
No, we don't have other jobs. It's all good.
all right, with that, any other comments? No? All right. Thank you to all the staff who participated in putting that together. All right, with that, we'll move to council member reports. Who's ready? Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you. So following up on our last council meetings, I committed to meeting with MAP, to meeting with some representatives from the hospital related to the general plan. So I met with Alice Wong, who of course is on the board of the hospital. We really talked about her perspective in terms of getting the master plan approved as fast as possible is really the priority. We did talk about just priorities, kind of broader priorities, zoning and density, space constraints, parking, mobility on campus, flow of traffic, workforce housing, etc. Let's see. I mentioned I met with Sophia Heydrich and Steph Olivieri. We talked about a lot, and I do want to give a little bit of a readout on it, just given all of the general plan conversations. So we talked about on the climate action plan. I already mentioned the mapping of open space, natural and wildlife resources. We did talk a little bit about timelines again, and just sort of the specificity within them. I think that one of the comments was, we really want to understand, are these timeframes in which items are going to actually get done, or timeframes in which they're going to be sort of considered? And so, really being explicit about that. Let's see. They are going to be proposing some additional language for us and understand our boundaries around not triggering and having to recirculate the EIR. So let's see. We talked about West River, quite a lot just related to, building on the conversations of getting industrial off of the river, restoration of the river. I think a couple of key items that they were really interested in was just that, continuing to allow industry there, versus, the riverfront mixed use, allowing it versus, sort of a vision to, if you really want to get it off the river, to not do that. We also talked about on the north side, working with existing industrial to relocate is, a really good thing, but also, how we're emphasizing like not to necessarily continue. So just some conversations around that. We talked about environmental justice and their desire to really see a commitment to environmental justice programs in the future. Just, sort of within, our goals and policies, or, building out, some more EJ work in the future. We talked about workforce housing. I thought they actually had a great recommendation, just to add some specificity to the name of the Town of Truckee Density Bonus Housing Program, to really call out that it really is sort of related to workforce. So that's just a minor language change potentially. And then let's see, we talked about the groundwater in ecosystem study a bit. So anyways, really, really good meetings. And then we had a meeting with the chamber earlier today. I think those were some of the big things that I wanted to report out on and just give that context as we go into more general plan conversations pretty soon.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Councilmember Zabriskie.
I and the town staff and town manager met with hospitals management team and Alice Wong, talk about the master plan. Attended the Truckee Good Morning Truckee, heard emergency preparedness and response presentations by Bob Womack, and then Eric Hornvet for the fire district and the county's representative, and then a presentation on the air show coming up in the summer. Bob Womack spoke again at the Golden Seniors on evacuation warnings and preparation to evacuate. Visited a near net zero home on a tour of their energy efficiency measures. I did a coffee talk with Council Member Klovstad on the current and proposed general plan update. Was it about 20 people? Who were 20?
David counted 25 people.
Okay, great.
And I think actually almost every one of them asked a question. There were a couple that didn't, but almost everybody did.
Those were the ones we wouldn't let ask. The ones that
That's
didn't?
not true.
Okay, all right. And then, yes, and then tomorrow I'm going to, day after tomorrow, do a presentation to the Chamber of Commerce, and then we have another coffee talk this Saturday. That's it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilmember Klifstad.
Okay, well, spinning on the coffee talk, that we did quite a bit of prep for that to make sure we had materials for everybody, and so just so my fellow council members that I know are going to be doing these in the future, I'm going to use the 4 different sets of documents of large reams of paper that were printed out, and then I'll arrange with one of you to drop them off. So you could reuse them at yours. I'd prefer not to print more of them, but I highly recommend printing some copies of those summary sheets. They're very, very useful, and I think most people took those home with them because they're very succinct and understandable for most people, whereas we could lose people very quickly in talking about general plans. But people, I felt, really walked away from that, first and foremost, with an appreciation for us being willing to do that and for the delay that we agreed to do in order to have these conversations. Almost every single person came up and expressed their appreciation. So I felt very validated in making this effort. And I also think people came away with a real appreciation for the fact that, yeah, our existing general plan was developed when some very big issues in our community had not yet become, or at least weren't being contemplated, like housing and fire risk and climate mitigation. And so you really saw people get engaged in those parts of the conversation, just realizing that, oh, yeah, you're right. We didn't really have that problem at that time, and it's not included in our current general plan, and these things are things that we need to address as a community. So I thought that was very it gave me a lot of hope to have those conversations. I'm looking forward to the one again this Saturday. I also had countless of other just one-on-one meetings and phone calls with people, constituents, about the pros and cons of the current proposed 2040 general plan. And I keep inviting people to provide me language proposals for us to consider. So far, I have not received any, but I'm hoping that I will start getting those this week, because I keep saying, I understand you don't like this. Tell me what you want for us to consider. So and I'm going to say that again to the public. Tell us what you want us to consider, and I will consider it, or at least make sure that we have the opportunity to figure out whether or not it fits within our parameters. I had a meeting with Lori Marquette of the Parks and Rec board, and really we just wanted to kind of talk through what our next steps were and how I could help try to rebuild the relationship with their staff and their board. So we're going to give it a try, the old college try. And then, of course, I went to the Earth Day at Palisades and got to enjoy my most favorite show of every year, which is the Trash In Show. And I want you guys to understand, we got so many shout outs from the students because they were so excited about what we were doing, eliminating single-use foodware plastic and considering the plastic water bottles and our REACH codes and the climate action plan. And so they had, I don't know, half a dozen different outfits that they were specifically calling out the great things that we are doing in response to their stated concerns and requests. And they really made that connection, obviously for the students, but also for the crowd that was there. And that was so rewarding to see, especially after what we've been going through lately. But there's a huge amount of appreciation and adoration for the fact that we're listening to our constituents in those, especially from the students in those areas, and taking action. And then I just wanted to ask Jen real quickly, they are going to come and do a presentation on their food waste monitoring, right? The green teams are?
They are. It's scheduled in May. I think May 23rd is when we were targeting.
Fantastic. Is that also the target of the plastic water bottle consideration?
It is.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Pallavi?
Thank you. Yeah, a couple of individual conversations and emails and phone calls and such, but mostly last week was spent on Visit Truckee Tahoe. We had our consultants from Future IQ were in town from Monday through Thursday, and we basically bookended a board retreat on, I don't remember I think it must have been Monday, and so we had a board retreat for the morning, about 3 hours on Monday, and then bookended that with a reconvening of the board for another 3 hours on Thursday. And in between that time, or during that time, we spoke a lot about just where we are as an organization, goals for Visit Truckee Tahoe, where we're headed in the next 2 years. For those who don't know, the T-bid will be headed towards renewal 2 years from now. So kind of we've gone beyond our 3-year horizon. So we've had a chance to ground ourselves and really looking at what the next round will bring. And with that, they convened, Visit Truckee Tahoe convened 3 or 4 different stakeholder meetings throughout the week. I don't think any of you guys were able to attend. Some staff did attend, but it was really interesting, and a lot of the feedback was really great. And the most important thing I think that we took from that was that our partners do want to be part of the conversation, and they do want to be part of the solutions. We have an incredible local tourism ecosystem. It's just not developed. And a lot of the things that we talk about relating to traffic, relating to everybody's little fiefdom, are just as important as we talk about tourism as we do when we talk about housing and transportation. And so a lot of the time was spent on how do we, what's VTT's role in working through a lot of that, and specifically in the tourism realm. So it was a really good week for Visit Truckee Tahoe. I think there was a lot of great direction that came out of it, but I'll sort of give you the three highlights that I think we're going to be looking to flesh out a little bit more over the next few months, but really being more targeted in our visitor marketing. So not sort of, throwing one campaign over here and one campaign over here, really defining that target visitor to the region and how we can focus on them more, with families being very much at the top of the list. We talked very much about, and I'm not going to let too much of the cat out of the bag of this whole shoulder season versus peak season conversation. There will be more to come on that because that has not sort of been truly vetted, but a lot of talk about how do we, is shoulder season marketing even working, and how do we talk about that? The second was clearly local tourism ecosystem development. So how can VTT be a better convener, bring those industry stakeholders together, allow for thoughts to happen, and then really look to the partners who have the abilities to implement to bring some of those problems to the forefront. VTT, and I think for a lot of reasons, is not necessarily going to be the implementer of a regional traffic solution, but we can certainly be part of the conversation. And then the last being what we're starting to term as experience management. So a lot of these words continue to be floated around in a lot of different ways, but at the end of the day, what we really talked about was more of a destination strategy. So replacing the plans and the councils and the millions of other things that we've been sort of throwing out there to one holistic destination strategy that informs both the organization's mission, but also is externally communicated to the town, to the different counties, to all of the different people that the tourism ecosystem has an opportunity to interact with. So it was a really good week for Visit Truckee Tahoe. There's a lot of other great stuff going on. Just quickly, we're looking at a very strong bookings for June, July, and the first half of August, with April also remaining pretty high, but that's mostly due to deferred lodging reservations. So lots of cancellations that happened all winter long are finally coming in April. So good for sort of overall business, not as great for the lodging providers because they've already sort of collected that money in a different lens. So that's where I spent my week last week. And yeah, look forward to what the next couple have to show us.
Thank you. And Councilmember Klofstad, you had another?
I cannot believe I forgot the Climate Transformation Alliance quarterly meeting on Friday, where Jen passed out these really cool pins and some stickers, which I hope everybody puts one of their stickers on their computer so people will ask you about it and you can tell them what the Climate Transformation Alliance is. This actually was started because there's actually an organization called Climate RX that they have little pins, and if the hospital district adopts that policy, then their staff can wear them, and if somebody asks, then they can share with them the health effects of climate change. So it was kind of the same sort of concept. We want to engage people and have them ask us and give us more excuses to talk about it and invite more people. And we had a great quarterly meeting. It was great energy, and we got to share out about our $500,000 grant for the building decarbonization program. And then we had our governing partners meeting on Monday to start planning the next meeting. So lots going on with the Climate Transformation Alliance. And it looks like, one other good thing, the two of our governing partners presented to the Tahoe Truckee Sanitation Agency, and it appears they will be joining shortly as well. Very excited about that.
Great, thank you. Hopefully you bring pins for all of us. Okay, all right. Thank you to everybody for being busy. This is great. I will say I met with Alice Wong as well. I met with her today. Similar conversation. Very excited to talk with her about master plan, general plan, some of the ideas that were talked about earlier. So appreciate everybody looking at new ways to partner and work on this. Also met with Sophia Hendrick, Alexis Aller, and Stephanie Olivieri last week. Talked about many of the things that Councilmember Henderson also mentioned, so I appreciate that. Also, I talked briefly with Congressman Kiley when he let us know that it was the police radio funding was moving forward, so that was fantastic. Attended the mayor-manager meeting with Jen last week. Got to meet the chief of Nevada City Police. It was great to talk to him. He has some interesting, he works with dogs and talking about bite dogs versus scent dogs and search dogs. Just fascinating. I love how every time you go to mayor-managers, you talk about something different that you don't know you're going to talk about. So that was great. And then last was today I met with the facilitator that we're going to have for our team building, and we went over the strengths assessment that I took, and I know this side has taken it, and I don't believe this side has. So I would encourage both of you to do it because it was really good, and I think it's really going to lead to some great conversations for our team building. So thank you to this side for being on top of it. Ooh, challenge. All right, so with that, we will adjourn from our open session, move to closed session, where we have two items: conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, one case, Government Code Section 5495 6.9, and another item, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, forthcoming assessment of administrative civil liability, Coldstream Road Roundabout, Nevada County Government Code, same section. So thank you all very much. I'll see you in closed session. No public comment? Oh. Session? Seeing none, we will adjourn to closed session.